House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 9th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Brandon Gill to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allotted between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the great work being done at Letterkenny Army Depot in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Recently on a visit there with Senator Dave McCormick and Depot Commander Colonel Lewis, I was able to see firsthand how the Army Depot works every day to support our warfighters. Since assuming command in July, Colonel Lewis has overseen more than 1,500 personnel who perform critical work repairing and modernizing the air and missile defense systems that allow the U.S. military to remain the most technologically advanced and lethal fighting force in the world. Beyond supporting our warfighters across the globe, Letterkenny Army Depot is a vital economic driver in the region, bringing nearly $500 million back to the district through jobs and through contracts. It is an honor to represent Letterkenny in Congress, and I was grateful to have the opportunity to revisit and see the incredible work that is being done in Franklin County. On behalf of everyone in Pennsylvania's 13th District, I offer my thanks for the important role that Letterkenny plays in aiding our warfighters and look forward to their continued innovation and dedicated service to our country. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the great energy bills that will come to the House floor later this week. This Congress, Republicans on Energy and Commerce Committee have worked diligently to improve grid reliability as well as the permitting process for federal projects, ultimately supporting President Trump's goal of unleashing American energy dominance. Upcoming legislation that came out of the committee will ensure that reliability and affordability are prioritized when making decisions about our electric grid. These bills will also reverse the trend of the last 4 years, such as restrictions on natural gas pipelines that were blocked by radical blue state government's Green New Deal agenda. I was proud to support these bills out of the Energy and Commerce Committee and look forward to seeing this legislation passing Congress and being signed into law by President Trump. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the community impact of Arnie and Linda McClure of Shirleysburg, Pennsylvania. Arnie is an accomplished businessman, a farmer, a published author, and a civic leader. In 1980, Arnie founded the Valley Log, which is a weekly newspaper in Huntington County. Arnie has served as the publisher and the editor over the last 45 years. Arnie's contributions to journalism also include multiple books on Pennsylvania history. Additionally, Arnie and his wife Linda are partners in the McClure family farms. Arnie's wife Linda is a community leader in her own right. Currently, she serves as the president of the Mount Union District School Board. Together, Arnie and Linda are a powerhouse couple in Huntington County, Pennsylvania. I express my gratitude to both Arnie and Linda for their many contributions to making Huntington County, Pennsylvania, a stronger and a better community. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the Lieb family of Bar Ridge Farms as the Farm Family of the Year in Cambria County, Pennsylvania. Bar Ridge Farms is operated by Aaron and Bob Lieb, the triple great-grandsons of Adam Lieb, who founded the dairy farm in 1861. The Farm Family of the Year is awarded by the Cambria County Farm Bureau to a multi-generational family farm that has been active and well-respected in the Farm Bureau. Located in Nicktown, Pennsylvania, Bar Ridge Farms produces approximately 1,200 gallons of milk every day. The Lieb family also grows corn, soybeans, and a variety of grass to feed the animals. On behalf of everyone in Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, I offer my heartfelt congratulations to the Lieb family on this notable recognition and express gratitude for their enduring commitment to the Pennsylvania agricultural community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, food costs are sky high and regular people are struggling to put dinner on the table for their families. More and more people are relying on emergency food assistance at food banks and food pantries just to survive. This extraordinary need, exacerbated by Trump's cruelty and his administration's awful policies that have increased hunger, made this year's March for the Food Bank of Western Massachusetts more important than ever. Every November, an incredible team of anti-hunger advocates, concerned neighbors, and federal, state, and local officials embark on a 43-mile walk to raise funds for and awareness about the terrible problem of hunger. As always, NEPM's incredible radio host, Monty Belmonte, led the group, pushing a shopping cart and rallying us to keep up the fight. This year's Monty's son, Pax, marched with us to support his dad and our effort to end hunger. I was joined by my incredible family, my wife Lisa, my son Patrick, and Wendy, Bill, and Courtney Talcott, and baby Hazel. Their support and commitment to the cause of ending hunger means the world to me. And I'm grateful to Congressman Richie Neal and former Congressman Joe Kennedy for joining the march. Thank you to my colleagues in state government for showing up and continuing to work tirelessly to protect people in Massachusetts from the cruelty of this administration. Our amazing Governor, Maura Healey, Massachusetts Department of Agricultural Resources Commissioner Ashley Randall, State Senators Joe Comerford and Jake Oliveira, State Representatives Natalie Blais, Mindy Dome, Lindsay Sabadosa, Homar Gomez, Shirley Arriaga, and Pat Duffy. Our local leaders, Northampton Mayor Gina Louise Sciarra, Greenfield Mayor Ginny DeSorger, Holyoke Mayor Joshua Garcia, Chicopee Mayor John View. Thank you to all of them for marching with us. And to the hundreds of other people who joined the march, students, advocates, members of my staff, community leaders such as Tim Garvin of the United Way of Central Massachusetts, Sean Barry, Shannon from the Martin Luther King Center in Springfield, and so many, many more. You are incredible. We had double the number of marchers this year compared to last. And along the way, the marchers stopped by some of the incredible food pantries who serve the people of Western Massachusetts. The Amherst Survival Center, UMass Amherst Campus Pantry, Stone Soup Cafe, Kate's Kitchen and Providence Ministries, and Lorraine's Soup Kitchen. We were able to keep going thanks to the nourishment of Della Luz and Holyoke Community College Culinary Arts Program, Berkshire Brewing Company, Bub's Barbecue, Holyoke Hummus, and Hillside Pizza. And a shout out to Dean's Beans Coffee for keeping us caffeinated during the entire march. I also want to thank local law enforcement, Deerfield and Springfield Police, and the Hampshire, and Franklin County Sheriff's Department for keeping us safe along the march. To our media sponsors, New England Public Media and WRSI 93.9 The River, thank you for broadcasting the walk and raising awareness among people in Central and Western Massachusetts. And to my friend Andrew Morehouse of the Food Bank of Western Massachusetts and his entire team, particularly the development team, I am so grateful for all you do to improve food security among people in Western Massachusetts and for your work in organizing this incredible event every single year. This march is tough, The days are very long, and we were exhausted by the end of it. But it is nothing compared to the struggle people in poverty face every single day just trying to survive in the United States of America, the richest country in the history of the world. And my great desire is to never again have to do this walk, not because of the long days or the cold weather or the aching legs and feet, but because I dream of a day when every family is food secure and no person goes to bed wondering where their next meal is going to come from. Sadly, we are further from that goal today than we were a year ago. The Trump administration and the Republicans in Congress have taken a sledgehammer to basic needs programs that help regular people afford food. They have completely ignored rising costs and the needs of real people, instituting the largest cuts to health care and food assistance in American history, all to give tax breaks to the wealthiest people in this country. This year's march raised nearly $1 million, and that's a lot of money, but it's nowhere near enough to make up for the cuts imposed by Trump's big, ugly bill. Charity alone has never, will never, can never make up for the hundreds of billions of dollars in federal cuts. Ending hunger requires strong federal investments in basic needs programs and a strategy championed by the federal government. But until we have a government that is willing to meaningfully invest in basic needs programs, we will continue to march in support of a future where we are able to finally end hunger now. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Taylor, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Master Sergeant Brandon Holliday. Brandon recently returned home from deployment, serving with the 332nd Expeditionary Security Forces Squadron in Southwest Asia. While on deployment, Master Sergeant Holliday served as a night shift flight chief, leading over 56 Security Forces members for U.S. Central Command. Master Sergeant Holliday's home unit is the 121st Security Forces Squadron, based at Rickenbacker Air National Guard Base. He also serves his community as a law enforcement officer, as an emergency management specialist for the Kettering Police Department, and as a part-time sergeant and deputy sheriff for the Aberdeen Police Department and Adams County Sheriff's Office, respectively. In total, Master Sergeant Holliday has 12 years of experience in the armed forces and over 15 years of law enforcement experience. Upon returning home from his recent deployment, Master Sergeant Holliday was awarded the Meritorious Service Medal in recognition of his outstanding leadership. What makes America exceptional are men and women like Brandon Holliday, the quiet heroes who put their lives on the line in defense of our freedoms. This country is forever indebted to our service members and their families who sacrifice so much to preserve our experiment in self-government. Master Sergeant Holliday, all of America thanks you. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the University of Cincinnati Claremont women's volleyball team. The Cougars defeated Kent State Tuscarawas to win the United States Collegiate Athletic Association Division II championship. This is the UC Claremont volleyball team's second title in its history. What makes this title even sweeter is that Kent State knocked the Cougars out of the playoff tournament last year. UC Claremont dominated the playoffs thanks to their tireless work ethic and family culture. Ending the season 23-4, the Cougars secured the top tournament seed and rode that momentum to the national championship. Multiple Cougars were named to the all-tournament team, showcasing the amazing work the coaches and support staff do to develop these young women into star players. Winning titles is truly a joint effort between players, coaches, and parents. It takes teamwork to achieve great things, and that is something I hope the girls carry with them for the rest of their lives. The Cougar volleyball team, all of Southern Ohio is proud of you, and I look forward to your continued success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
All right, the chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to rise and address the floor for 5 minutes and revise my remarks as needed.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Mayor Bob Foster. Now, Bob was an incredible friend, a mentor, and a leader who gave so much to our country, our community, and my city of Long Beach. Now, as mayor of Long Beach for 8 years, he transformed the city into an economic powerhouse, and he led us through the 2008 financial crisis. He signed historic agreements to clean our air, to clean our water, to clean our ports, and he made our city government more efficient and responsive to residents. Bob was also a successful businessman and CEO who brought his experience and support for working people to City Hall. His vision and work led to the creation of our new Civic Center and downtown library. Now, we honor that legacy when we named the new council chambers the Bob Foster Civic Chambers, and it was one of the last actions that we took when I was mayor of Long Beach. His commitment to public service continued even after he left office. He and his family supported charities, nonprofits, and so many others across our city. They included mental health programs, initiatives for students in libraries, and Cal State Long Beach. Now, I first met Bob when I was a student at Cal State Long Beach, and he served as the trustee for the Cal State system. We served together again when I was elected to the city council, and he was elected as mayor of Long Beach. And I was proud to support his agenda when I was on that council. When I ran for mayor, nobody did more to help my campaign than Bob. I was honored that he helped and supported me to be his successor for our community. His support was invaluable, and I'm honored that he trusted me, but most importantly, I'm honored to just have known him. His leadership is known across our community. He was a great friend, a great mentor. I enjoyed his advice, our talks, and most importantly, his jokes. I'll miss him terribly, and all of our love is with Nancy and his family. Nancy, we love you so much, we support you, and we thank you for all your work as well to our city. We'll continue to work and honor his incredible legacy. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Skip Kiesel. Now, Skip was a force, a friend, and a devoted leader in our community. He helped shape our country, our state, and the city of Long Beach. He dedicated his life to helping others and always doing the right thing. He knew everybody, whether it was events he'd have with U.S. senators or with community members. He was as comfortable with those in power and in business as he was with community activists and the folks working across our community. And he was a giant in the legal profession, establishing one of the most admired law firms in California and one of the most powerful firms when it comes to maritime across the country. Throughout his professional success, he maintained a deep commitment to our city and our people. He was the most respected and giving philanthropist in the city of Long Beach. Nobody did more than Skip. He was tireless in his work for both the law firm and to countless charities and projects. The impact of his work will go on, and it was a privilege to know him, to have worked alongside of him, and to learn from him. I will miss our lunches, advice, and his friendship, and my thoughts, of course, are always with Beth, his family, and those who loved him. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Bob Maxson. Now, Bob was a president of Cal State Long Beach for 12 years, and he was also my biggest mentor in life, and I'm forever grateful to his friendship and guidance over the years. More than anything, he was an incredible leader and teacher who devoted his life to the university and to its students. His vision of excellence and effort put student success front and center at CSULB, and it turned it into the powerhouse it is today in our state. He was the first president in the CSU system to win the Association's University President of the Year award by its own students, and he won it so many times the award was named in his honor. He coined the nickname The Beach, of which Cal State Long Beach is now known by, and he enthusiastically supported its students and athletic teams across the campus. I first met Bob when I served as president as a student and then as president of the university as a student body president. His kindness, support, and mentorship changed the course of my life, and I know for so many other people, he was a constant presence. We stayed in touch throughout my entire time in office. He supported me when I was mayor, supported me when I got to Congress, and I just spoke to him just a few months before he recently passed. I've never stopped being grateful for his service to our university, to our students, and to our community. We will always be grateful. My thoughts are with him and the Cal State Long Beach family. Thank you, Bob, and go Beach. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, the great Dr. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the Siamese Twins Museum, dedicated to Ing and Chang Bunker, located in Mount Airy, North Carolina. Born in Thailand in 1811, which was then referred to as Siam, Ng and Chang were the first documented Siamese twins. Early in their adult lives, they traveled around the entire world working in show business, but decided to settle in the United States. After becoming naturalized American citizens and following a short stint in Wilkesboro, North Carolina, Ng and Chang, along with their wives and children, made the decision to move to Mount Airy in 1854. They settled on Mount Airy because they sought better farmland and believed that the area presented many educational opportunities for their children. They each had 13 children. Soon after moving to Mount Airy, the two brothers became very successful in farming and were regarded as upstanding members of their community. Their many descendants have become very successful and prominent citizens also. Mr. Speaker, the Siamese Twins Museum tells their story and does an excellent job of highlighting their lives through artifacts and interactive displays. Not only does Mount Airy house this museum, but also the Andy Griffith Playhouse and Museum. Of course, Mount Airy is the prototype for the famous Mayberry series starring Andy Griffith. Mount Airy is a wonderful place to visit, and I encourage everyone to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because I've heard from a lot of my colleagues about a nationwide shortage in professional fields like teaching, nursing, and social work. And our communities have done a lot of work to address these shortages so we can keep our hospitals and clinics and schools open. But between pay, student loans, and even threats on the job, this is a hard time to go into these fields like nursing and teaching. But somehow this administration found a way to make our workforce shortages in these areas worse and make it harder for people in professional fields facing shortages. The administration just announced a plan that would remove professions like nursing, teaching, and social work from their list of graduate professional degrees, making it harder for people entering these fields to access financial aid. And what message does this send to people deciding whether or not to enter these critical fields facing shortages? And when we have more shortages in teaching and healthcare, what will happen to our schools and our hospitals? Workforce shortages also raise costs, and the policy of this president will once again raise costs on Americans and make it harder for them to access healthcare, mental health resources, or even get a great education. So the next time I hear about workforce shortages or rising costs, remember that this administration made the problem worse with this move. Mr. Speaker, homeownership has always been a cornerstone of the American dream, but in my community in Virginia and in communities across the country, homeownership is slipping out of reach for many Americans. Today, according to surveys, approximately half of potential home buyers cannot afford a down payment anymore, and the median age for a first-time home buyer was once in the late 20s, and now it's 40 and continuing to rise. And we need to put housing affordability front and center when we're talking about this affordability crisis. And that's why I'm proud to introduce the bipartisan First Home Savings Opportunity Act, legislation to support working Americans to achieve their dream of home ownership. The bill establishes a first-time home buyer savings account, allowing future home buyers to save with tax-deductible contributions for the down payment and closing costs that often stand in their way. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill, and together we can meet the affordability crisis head-on and deliver real support for our constituents. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Loudoun County High School's football team, led by head coach Matt Reidenbaugh, on making it to the state championship. They've put together a pretty impressive season, and they will be taking on the Verena Blue Devils. So we wish Coach Reidenberg and the team the best of luck this weekend. Go Captains. And I rise to congratulate the Kettle Run High School Cougars, led by head coach Delmar Christian, on making it to the state championship in football. They put together an amazing season. They will take on Lake Taylor this weekend, so we wish Coach Christian and the team the best of luck as they make Fauquier County proud. Go Cougars, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Independence Police Department for receiving the 2025 National Officer Safety and Wellness Award in Comprehensive Wellness. This is the top award in the country, and Independence Police Department is the first in Ohio ever to win it. The department focuses on fitness, mental wellness, financial wellness, and family programming to keep its officers supported and operating at the highest levels. Physical wellness is supported by on-site gym access, organized challenges and workouts, and free wellness exams and cancer screenings. Its mental health support includes confidential counseling, peer and chaplain programs, and an annual screening with a licensed mental health clinician. Additionally, between the 2023 and 2024 information gleaned from nutrition and financial wellness seminars contributed to a 50% reduction in sick time usage within the department, resulting in $125,000 in savings for the city. Independence Police Department's comprehensive wellness program is truly unparalleled, and I congratulate them on this more than well-received award. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize my constituent Eileen Quinn, who celebrated her 100th birthday on Halloween. Eileen's children describe her as a loving wife to her husband, a Master Sergeant in the Marine Corps, whom she shared 74 years of marriage before his passing. She was heavily involved in the lives of the 3 children, Karen, Ronald, and Lori, always providing a welcoming home where their friends could gather. She has 5 grandchildren, 6 great-grandchildren, and 10 nieces and nephews who all call her weekly, and some even daily, to keep in touch. She's a social animal who loves being with people and is a wonderful friend, aunt, and most of all, mother. I wish Eileen a very, very happy 100th birthday. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Bob Sekarak, a proud Clevelander, born to John and Mary, and beloved husband to Linda. Bob's greatest joy was his son Brian. Drafted into the Army during the Vietnam War, Bob served honorably as a medic in Seattle. After the war, he returned home to Hinckley, where he spent happy days swimming in the lake and enjoying barbecues with his family and friends. Bob built a distinguished career as a respiratory therapist at Metro Health Systems in Cleveland, working alongside his brother David until retirement. A gifted pianist, he brought joy to many with his favorite songs. In later years, Bob found peace on a small farm in Medina, raising rescued horses and a spirited donkey, always accompanied by his loyal German shepherd. His favorite horse, Duke, reflected Bob's own gentle strength. Today, we celebrate a life of service, music, and quiet devotion, a life that touched all who knew him. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize 2 of those individuals in Independence: Ohio Chief Police Robert Butler and Medina, Ohio Chief of Police Ed Kinney. Earlier this year, Chief Butler was sworn in as president of the Ohio Association of Chiefs of Police, and Chief Kinney as sworn in as first vice president of the association. The Ohio Association of Chiefs of Police was established almost 100 years ago to serve its members through a broad range of services, including professional, educational, and informational services. The goal is to foster improvements in police practices, training, and education while increasing the public's understanding of the role of police play in keeping all of us safe. The association made a great decision to select 2 great chiefs that happen to be from my district for these leadership positions. Chief Butler has been a police officer since 2008 and became the Independence Chief of Police in 2021. Meanwhile, Chief Kinney has served the city of Medina for over 2 decades, becoming Chief of Police in 2017. I commend Chief Butler and Chief Kinney for their leadership in Ohio, but both to the district and the whole state of Ohio. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Fine, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Speaker Gill. You look good up there. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the town of Lady Lake, Florida, which celebrated its remarkable centennial in November. Though the town held its first official meeting in 1925, Lady Lake's story reaches back to the 1880s, when a new railway depot sparked growth in a community first home to the Seminole Indians. From its early years as a hub for citrus and watermelon growers to the history now preserved by the Lady Lake Historical Society Museum, the town's heritage reflects a century of resilience. The recent week-long celebration brought that heritage to life, uniting residents, visitors, and community partners in a series of events to honor 100 years of hometown pride. I want to extend my sincere appreciation to the Town Commission, along with Town Manager Lawrence and Police Chief Hunt, for their leadership in making this milestone possible. My thanks also go to every department, volunteer, and community partner who helped make that celebration unforgettable. It's my honor to represent the residents of Lady Lake in Congress. Here's to another 100 years of community connection and tradition. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the city of Flagler Beach, which celebrated its 100th anniversary this year, marking a century since its official incorporation. Though it would not become an official city until 1963, Flagler Beach's history stretches back even further, when it was originally known as the town of Ocean City. The iconic Flagler Beach Pier quickly became a gathering place for residents and visitors alike, and the existing A-frame carrying the city's name remains a treasured piece of that early history. My office will continue working with FEMA and our state, county, and local partners to assist with the pier's restoration, ensuring this landmark endures for future generations. Flagler Beach has always been defined by its close-knit community, small businesses, and the enduring spirit that makes this city truly unique. I want to extend my sincere thanks to the Flagler Beach City Commission and the staff for their leadership and heritage and dedication in preserving this community and preserving its heritage. It's my privilege to represent the people of Flagler Beach in Congress. Here's to 100 more years of community, resilience, and a bright future for this coastal gem. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate Lake County Superintendent Ms. Diane Cornegay for her selection as Florida's 2026 Superintendent of the Year. Ms. Cornegay is a seasoned educator with more than 35 years of experience. Under her tutelage, Lake County schools have made significant strides in academic performance, achieving an A grade from the Florida Department of Education in 2025 for the first time since 2008. No easy task. Since the beginning of her tenure, Lake County schools have also seen notable increases in proficiency, including 15 percentage points in Algebra 1 and 7 percentage points in English Language Arts for grades 9 and 10. Ms. Cornegay is committed to serving her community and ensuring academic excellence for her students. Lake County is fortunate to have such an excellent servant, and I'm honored to congratulate her on receiving this award. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Commissioner Julius Jules Kwiatkowski, a faithful public servant who served as Commissioner of the East Flagler County Mosquito Control District for 17 years. We have a lot of mosquitoes in Florida. Throughout his tenure, Mr. Kwiatkowski helped guide the district through major accomplishments, including the expansion of mosquito control services to meet the needs of a growing community. His service to the community was so exemplary, he was honored with the unveiling of the Jules the Turtle statue to celebrate his enduring community spirit. Even before his election as commissioner, Mr. Kwiatkowski was a dedicated community servant. Upon moving to Florida, he volunteered with the Palm Coast Fire and Police and served during the 1998 Flagler County wildfires. Beyond his service, Jules was a dedicated husband and father. Flagler County was incredibly fortunate to have such an excellent man serve the community, and may his memory be a blessing. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate Superintendent Carmen Balgobin of Volusia County Schools for her selection as 2025 Superintendent of the Year by the National Association of School Superintendents. Superintendent Balgobin's leadership of Volusia County Schools has been transformative. Under her watch, the district received its first A rating in 16 years from the Florida Department of Education, achieved a 93.7% graduation rate, and eliminated all D-rated schools in the county. Her innovative approach of focusing on college and career technical pathways programs, which specify teaching students practical skills for their next steps, have paid dividends for the education of all Volusia County students. Superintendent Balgobin is committed to serving her community and ensuring academic excellence for her students. Volusia County is fortunate to have such an excellent servant, and I am honored to congratulate her on receiving this award. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a major milestone for Lee County in my district. With critical $2.1 million in community project funding grant, the Miller Family Health Center and Lee County EMS facility became a reality and officially opened. I am proud to have secured these funds for the EMS Bay Improvement Project, but also for the Lee County Public Health Department, which is its first independent base of operations in more than 3 decades and will save on rental income for the county. This new health center and EMS facility will strengthen our public health infrastructure and improve emergency response for families across the region. This project has long been important to both the community and to me, and I'm grateful to support investments that restore, maintain, and enhance essential public health services, enhance emergency response capabilities, and help Lee County continue to grow. The opening of the Miller Family Health Center marks a new chapter of progress and preparedness for our community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Easton Valley High School team for earning first place at the 2025 Clinton Community College Academic Quiz Bowl. The team, led by Coach Jenny Knutson, included Captain Tyson Tubbs, Lucas Canunde, Tyler Canunde, and Nizonia Schmidt. Each year, high school teams compete by answering questions across a wide range of subjects, including math, history, science, language, literature, government, music, arts, sports, and current events, sort of like Trivial Pursuit. Clinton Community College awards a trophy to the winning school, and the Shahar Foundation further supports these students with a $1,200 scholarship for graduates who choose to attend Clinton Community College. Congratulations again to Easton Valley team on your dedication, hard work, and commitment to learning. You have made your school and your community incredibly proud. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Tessa Cardoza on her impressive victory in the Iowa Restaurant Association culinary competition. Ms. Cardoza, the executive chef at Maxwell's on the River in Muscatine, Iowa, is known for her exceptional culinary skill and creativity. In collaboration with the Iowa Beef Industry Council, Choose Iowa, and Lola's Fine Hot Sauce, another entrepreneurial product made in Iowa, she crafted an outstanding entree featuring a locally sourced beef tri-tip roast that truly impressed the judges. Chef Cardoza plans to return to the competition next year as the defending champion, ready to showcase her talents once again. Her determination, passion, creativity, and expertise reflect a lifelong commitment to fulfilling her childhood dream of becoming a chef. Iowa is fortunate to have such a talented and inspiring individual who turns the incredible ingredients produced in our state into award-winning dishes. And I'm going to have to make another trip to Maxwell's on the River. Congratulations to Tessa Cardoza. Your achievement makes Muscatine and all of Iowa proud. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In just a short time, our nation will celebrate America's 250th birthday. This is a moment to reflect on how far we've come as a nation and the shared ideals that had carried us through challenge and triumph. America 250 is not simply a milestone on the calendar. It is a call to remember the innovation, perseverance, and sacrifice that have shaped our nation, and to keep fighting for the American dream that has stewarded freedom for generations of Americans. I rise today to recognize the Richard Nixon Presidential Library and Museum in Yorba Linda for helping lead this nationwide commemoration. Its new exhibit, America 250, A More Perfect Union, invites visitors to walk through the defining chapters of our shared history, not as distant events, but as living lessons about who we are and who we aspire to be. The Nixon Library has long been a cultural and educational cornerstone in California's 40th Congressional District, enriching our community through its commitment to historical stewardship and civic education. As America prepares for this anniversary, the Nixon Library is once again stepping up to inspire reflection, unity, and renewed purpose. Today, I encourage Americans of all ages to take a moment to engage with our history, to remember the courage of those who came before us, and to ensure the spirit of 1776 continues to guide our path forward. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to the millions of Americans, including many in my district, who live with alopecia areata. It's an autoimmune disease that causes hair loss and often comes with significant emotional and mental health challenges. Alopecia affects people of every age and background, and for many, the journey can feel isolating or misunderstood. But no one should face this condition alone. Raising awareness helps ensure that patients and families receive the understanding, compassion, and support they deserve. Today, I want to recognize the strength of those living with alopecia and the loved ones who stand beside them. Their resilience reminds us of the importance of community and the need to continue fostering empathy and inclusion for all who are navigating visible and invisible health challenges. With that, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Gill. I rise today in strong support of S356, the Secure Rural Schools Reauthorization Act of 2025, which will be considered under suspension of the rules this week. And I urge its swift passage so it can be sent to the President's desk without delay. For generations, the Secure Rural Schools program has been a lifeline for rural communities and school districts across America. Since 1908, federal law has required the U.S. Forest Service to share 25% of revenues from the federal forest lands with local governments to support public education. As timber revenues declined due to foolish federal regulations and reduced harvests, let's stay on that one. Congress acted in 2000 to secure the rules program, the Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act, preserving vital funding for our most rural counties. When last reauthorized in 2023, this program delivered more than $281 million nationwide to help keep teachers in classrooms and students on the bus. I represent rural counties like Pend Oreille, Stevens, Ferry, and Columbia counties, where school leaders tell me how essential these funds are to keeping programs running. This is not a partisan issue, it's a promise to rural America. Let's reauthorize Secure Rural Schools and keep faith with the communities that steward our national forests. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support the timber industry and the harvest of trees in our forests. When I was growing up, my father was a forestry professor at Washington State University, my uncle was a smoke jumper, and I served in the Forest Service. Years of fear and hesitation around common sense tools like select timber harvest and controlled burns have left many of our forests dangerously overgrown and chronically undermanaged. We need to harvest more timber for the economic revenue it produces and for the reduced fire danger it creates. Good environmental stewardship means empowering these professionals to be part of the solution and to help manage our federal forest lands responsibly for today and generations to come. Mr. Speaker, with gray wolf populations reaching over 400 in Washington State and Oregon, I rise today to warn of the danger they continue to pose for our hunters, farmers, and livestock. Gray wolves can consume up to 7 pounds of meat a day, and their primary food sources include deer, elk, and cattle. In August 2025 alone, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife reported that 3 calves were killed and 2 injured in just 1 day period. Folks in our region know why our grandparents worked so hard to control the gray wolf population. They understood that the balance must be kept between wildlife preservation and the livelihoods of those who live and work on the land. With a significant number of these wolf packs now concentrated in northeastern Washington and with no signs of their growth slowing, Congress should take careful note of the ranchers' perspective. Their continued loss, emotional toll, and frustration caused by inconsistent state and federal protections demand attention and action. One-sided policy of unchecked expansion is not the answer. Gray wolf populations have recovered. Now it is time to ask whether our current path reflects balance, fairness, and common sense for rural America. And as everyone in rural America knows, particularly in Washington State, if there were wolves in Bainbridge Island or in the suburbs of Seattle, wolf policy in Washington State would be a little different. We need to bring common sense and balance back and reduce our wolf population in northeastern Washington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, lately we're using a lot of the usage of the word affordability around Washington. We're hearing it on both sides of the aisle. But I'll tell you what, Republicans were about affordability before affordability was cool. So as we see that the cost of everything has been driven by policies that are due to the regulations, the regulatory load that has been put on by Democrat policies in my home state of California and in Washington, D.C., then no surprise then that we have these very costly regulations for fuel. We're expecting to see fuel in California get up to $8 next spring because we're losing 2 refineries, plus possibly a third one, a pipeline that is losing money, it goes from north to south, and another regulation that's coming in place to regulate the fuel on how it's formed to make more lower carbon, which brings me to this thought here. CO2 in the atmosphere is only this little tiny wedge right here, 0.04%. And check it out, in 1970 and 2025, it's the same proportion. It's barely changed from the whole picture of we have in the makeup of the atmosphere. Yet we're spending trillions and trillions and displacing our economy, sending our economy to other places because of this chase over CO2. Well, I got to remind you, carbon dioxide is essential to plant life, for trees, all other forms of life that we then gain the benefit of exchanging oxygen with the plant life. So we're really going down a bad path here as we continue to chase these carbon policies. One of the things greatly affecting the cost of doing business, especially in my home state of California, are the policies that take away water supply and don't allow water supply to be added to. How do we think that we're going to have agriculture in California and that things are going to be affordable when we keep taking away the water and losing the water? Check this out here, 34 million acre feet that is being lost from all of our inflows out through the Delta. Lake Oroville has about 3.5 million acre feet. Lake Shasta about 4.5 million acre feet. And our others are smaller lakes around the state, still very significant. We have others that hold up to 1 million. And we can't fill the lakes because they let all the water out. They have an idea about a flushing flow or this or that. Yet 3 years ago, agriculture, especially on the west side of Sacramento Valley, had allocations cut down as low as 0%, but 18% across the board for several districts. So we really have a problem of affordability that's driven by Democrat policies in the federal level and the California state level. It isn't because something the Republicans are doing. Republicans, again, are the driver of trying to make things affordable if we can get through the regulatory load. So you get to the deal where you can't run a farm, a business, even a household being able to afford to do the basic things a household does because of these policies. We see the spending habits of Washington, D.C., the amount of money the federal government has spent and overspent over the years, profligate government spending. It eats up the money supply, which drives inflation. You put all these $2,000 checks, $1,200 checks in people's hands back during the COVID era especially, and there's a lot of money chasing very few products because nobody was manufacturing anything. We're still living with that inflation. Thankfully, President Trump's policies are helping to bring prices down on groceries, fuel, etc. Now, back to the fuel for a moment, because energy is really the main driver of affordability. Is it going to be low-cost energy or the high-cost energy that we see so much during the Biden era, but indeed is starting to come back, at least in the states that aren't California? I've seen prices for gasoline as $1.85 in Colorado. California, it's right around $4.50. And as I mentioned, they're expecting the prices to go up next spring if they continue on this path of closing refineries being driven out of business by burdensome regulations. So where's it going to stop? When are the people going to stop it, I guess, is the biggest question. When are they going to stop Governor Newsom and the 3-to-1 Democrat ratio state legislature from thinking up more and more laws and dumping them on the backs of our people? Around here in Washington, we try and do reforms here, and we run into a buzzsaw of rhetoric, flat-out lies, and difficulty on passing some of the stuff on the other side over in the Senate because it can't get 60 votes. But Republicans are trying to reform this effort and make things more truly affordable, not just buzzwords, not just something to say to the press. So with that, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, your promises are sure, and your love for us unwavering. You have claimed us as your beloved children. We need only believe that your love has the power to transform our lives. Lord, we believe. Help our unbelief. This is the day that you have made, and all our days are held in your strong and tender hand. We need only believe that you will guide us through them. Lord, we believe. Help our unbelief. Your Spirit has made us. The breath of the Almighty gives us life, life far better and more beautiful than our eyes perceive. We need only believe with the expectation that your promises will unfold, and that in the fullness of time, your perfect plan for us will be revealed. Lord, we believe. Help our unbelief. Lord, grant us the faith that allows our hearts to say yes, and our souls to trust and receive your grace and guidance this day. Lord, we believe, and we pray in the power of your name that even in our unbelief, you will answer. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walberg.
I'd ask you all to join with me in the wonderful America Pledge to Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address this body for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When a community moves in true harmony, you can hear it before you ever see it. It's the sound of neighbors lifting one another up, volunteers sustaining the arts, and people creating something greater than the sum of its parts. For 25 years, the Amelia Island Chamber Music Festival in Northeast Florida has embodied that spirit. It has brought world-class performers to the Florida's First Coast, inspired young people through music education, and shown that a committed community can resonate as powerful as any concert hall performance. Mr. Speaker, a festival is more than just music. It reflects the heart of the place that sustains it. And for a quarter century, the Amelia Island Chamber Music Festival has proven that when a community comes together, it always plays in perfect tune. Congratulations on 25 amazing years. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the United States Senate.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-2950, an act to require the Secretary of State and relative executive branch agencies to address international scam compounds defrauding people in the United States, to hold significant transnational criminal organizations accountable, and for other purposes, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1 year ago, the Syrian people achieved the historic impossible. After 12 years of murderous conflict, after 54 years of Ba'athist socialist dictatorship, they drove out the sadistic regime of al-Assad. President Donald Trump has promoted successfully Give Syria a Chance. Under Assad, 500,000 people were killed, half of the population was displaced, and 90% of the country was in poverty. In August, I visited Damascus with Senator Jeanne Shaheen and Trump envoy Tom Barrack and saw the devastation of war. It was inspiring, though, to meet with President al-Shara, his cabinet, and the diverse interfaith leaders. Syria has a real promise of stability benefiting all the Middle East, including change in Tehran. That's why both of us, Democrat and Republican, have appreciated so much the repeal of the Caesar Act, which is sanctions on the Assad regime, which is being implemented to be repealed with the full support of President Donald Trump. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting and mocking Trump, speaking levelly in the morning, conducting mass murder in the evening. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize and celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA. We all know a strong education can unlock a lifetime of possibilities. Yet for students with disabilities, sometimes even going to school can be challenging. Thankfully, IDEA changed all of that. At its core, IDEA is about providing a tailored education that meets a student's unique needs. As chairman of the Education and Workforce Committee, I'm committed to expanding strong, personalized educational opportunities so every student can succeed. IDEA was an incredible first step in making education possible for our nation's students. As we look to the future, we must maintain and remain steadfast in our commitment to making high-quality, tailored education possible for every American student. Here's to another 50 years of IDEA. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we're hearing this word affordability tossed around a lot these days as an election line, whatever. But it seems to be being used to cover up the ideals of the bad policy that is driving up the cost of making everything unaffordable. So you see it in every speech, every press release. The buzzwords aren't really the important part. It's the policies that's driving the high cost of everything. Start with energy, once again. In my home state of California, our electricity prices are higher than most other states, except maybe Hawaii. You can slap the word affordable on this policy, but it isn't. You can't run a farm or business or a household on slogans. There's Washington's spending habit. When we saw affordability being tossed around again, massive government spending is part of vacuuming all the available money out, supply out, and driving inflation. It's amazing how quickly these talking points lose that. Then there's the regulatory stack. Folks love to preach affordability while burying projects under NEPA delays and, in my home state of California, CARB regulations that are taking away our vehicles and forcing everything into an electricity grid that can't handle it. Affordability doesn't come from policy like that. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 356.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 356, an act to extend the Secure Rural Schools and Communities Self-Determination Act of 2000.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, and the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and their remarks.
Without objection.
Include extraneous material on the bill or under consideration. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I'm very pleased and honored to be able to stand here today in support of the bipartisan Secure Rural Schools Reauthorization Act Bill of 2025, which are considering under suspension of the rules. This important bill would reauthorize the Secure Rural Schools program, also known as SRS, which is really a lifetime for many rural communities in my home part of Northern California, my neighboring states, and across the nation. In counties with large swaths of national forests, the SRS program makes essential payments to county governments that help ensure schools stay open, that their county roads stay maintained, and emergency services remain available. Previously, counties received a portion of timber sale proceeds from projects on our national forests, as federal lands are not subject to state or local property taxes. However, as timber sales have decreased over the years, something I'm working with our Chairman G.T. Thompson, Chairman Westerman, and the administration reverse, Congress created the SRS program to make up for that shortfall in timber receipts. But this program expired in fiscal year 2023, and the last payments went out in 2024. So for many counties, many schools, the lapse in the SRS program means an abrupt and devastating cut of roughly 80% of that portion of funding which they normally receive, which is unacceptable. It hurts local government's ability to provide these basic educational, public safety, and other services. Schools would close, jobs will be eliminated due to this delay. And in this case here, it might even be just in time for Christmas. In 2024 alone, my home state of California had received $33.7 million through this program. The Secure Rural Schools Reauthorization Act of 2025 helps ensure the more than 700 rural counties that receive these SRS payments have the resources they need for schools, roads, and wildfire mitigation by reauthorizing this program. This bill not only ensures that SRS payments can go out in 2025 and 2026, but also makes retroactive payments for those missed in 2024 when the program had expired. Reauthorizing the SRS program means that schools, public works, and county services will not be forced to lay off dozens of employees that do the essential work for rural counties and schools. And again, right before Christmas in some cases. And those that have already been let go due to the lapse in funding should be able to be brought back to continue the important work they do for their areas. So again, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my great colleagues, Chairman of the Ag Committee, G.T. Thompson, Chairman of the Natural Resources Committee, Bruce Westerman, for their work on reauthorizing this SRS program. I also want to thank my colleagues making this a bipartisan bill, who my co-lead on the issue, Colorado Representative Joe Neguse, for coming in with me on this for the House version of the bill. Senators Crapo and Wyden for their work on that side. So with that, I will urge my colleagues to support this. Let's get this out and get the delay over with and help these local counties and schools. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of New Mexico's 2nd Congressional District to celebrate a long-awaited victory for rural America, the imminent passage of the bipartisan Secure Rural Schools Reauthorization Act. I want to start by thanking Representatives LaMalfa and Neguse, who introduced this bill, and Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Craig. We'd not be standing here today without them and their leadership and the outpouring of strong bipartisan support that we've seen for this bill, both here in Congress and on the ground in our communities. For decades, SRS has been more than an abstract federal program. It's been a promise that when federal lands limit local tax revenue, Congress will stand with rural communities and school districts so that they can continue to provide the basic essential services that every American family deserves. Rural communities across the country and in New Mexico know this story well. In Catron, Grant, Sierra, and Otero counties, in my district, national forests define our landscape, and they define who we are. They are the treasures that we value and protect, yet those beautiful lands also mean fewer taxable acres, fewer revenue streams for public schools, and fewer resources to maintain the roads that our families travel every day. For more than 20 years, SRS helped close that gap. It ensured that public schools could keep teachers in the classroom, that buses could run safe routes on rural roads, and that county governments could plan long-term budgets with certainty. It ensures that children growing up in frontier communities receive the same shot at a quality education as anyone in major cities in my district like Albuquerque or Las Cruces. It ensures that when there was a medical emergency in the middle of the night, that emergency medical services had the roads that they needed to save lives. That stability vanished when SRS expired in 2024. Rural counties across the West, including mine, were forced to make impossible decisions. In New Mexico alone, our communities lost more than $9 million in a single year. That $9 million loss meant school districts had to consider laying off teachers, reading specialists, and cutting back to a 4-day school week in a place like Quemado because they could no longer afford to operate on a 5-day school week. County commissions were forced to take a hard look at their budgets, looking line by line at what vital services they could cut to ensure their communities could maintain their roads. And this past August, I met with a bipartisan group of county officials, educators, and tribal leaders back home to discuss SRS and the need for reauthorization. Their message didn't waver. Rural communities needed Congress to act, they needed certainty, and they needed this lifeline to their communities restored. And so today, after months of fighting for reauthorization, we are delivering on a bipartisan basis. Today, we're sending a clear message to rural communities across New Mexico and across the country that they are not invisible, not expendable, and not expected to bear the weight of this lapse alone. The Senate has already passed this reauthorization, and I urge my colleagues to help us finish the job, send the bill to the President's desk for his signature. This is the kind of wins that New Mexicans sent me to Washington, D.C. to deliver, and it is worth celebrating. This legislation represents the best of what Congress can achieve when we put aside partisanship and focus on the people that we serve. It reflects both Democrats and Republicans' shared understanding that rural counties take on an enormous responsibility in managing and stewarding our national forests, and their kids should not be left behind because of it. It is a recognition that public lands do benefit our entire nation, and the cost of maintaining essential services like schools and roads should not fall solely on the shoulders of rural families. For New Mexico's 2nd District, this bill means stability. It means that school districts can retain teachers, hire staff, and keep programs in place that enrich our children's futures. It means that our sheriffs, our firefighters, and first responders have reliable funding for the roads and infrastructure that they depend on when every second counts. Passing SRS reauthorization also honors the frontier spirit that defines rural New Mexico. Communities like Silver City, Cloudcroft, Quemado, and many others throughout New Mexico continue to lead in forest conservation, outdoor recreation, wildfire resilience, and natural resource management. They deserve a federal partner that matches their commitment, and today they're getting that. So again, I want to thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who worked tirelessly to bring this legislation to the finish line. New Mexico thanks you. I also want to thank the local leaders, our county commissioners, our school superintendents, our teachers and parents, and firefighters just like these folks here in Fence Lake who raised their voices and never let this issue slip from their attention. As this bill is signed into law, I look forward to witnessing the relief that it will bring across New Mexico in time for Christmas. I look forward to seeing teachers stay in their classrooms, rural roads being repaired and maintained, and families in these rural counties finally receiving the stability that they've been promised but denied for too long. Today is a good day for rural America. Today is a good day for New Mexico. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to vote in favor for the SRS Reauthorization Act, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting its passage. Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks once again, Mr. Vasquez from New Mexico, for driving this force on your side of the aisle, both sides of the aisle. So appreciate that, be able to get this over the line here soon, as we both know too much about wildfire in our respective states as well, which would be a long ways towards helping this issue. Thank you. So I would like to yield now to the gentleman, my colleague from my north border, Mr. Bitts, for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. LaMalfa. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of Senate 356, the Secure Rural Schools Reauthorization Act of 2025. Mr. Speaker, in 1990, the spotted owl was listed under the Endangered Species Act as a threatened species. Almost immediately, timber production from federal forests in western United States plummeted by 80%. The economic and societal cost of timber-dependent states and their timber-reliant counties was appalling. Demand for SNAP and Medicaid shot up. Alcoholism and meth addiction became routine. County tax revenues were decimated. A belated but needed response was the Secure Rural Schools Act, first passed in 2000, 10 years after the listing of the owl. This law and the funding it provides was designed to partially offset the massive decline in federal timber revenue. It provides a modest amount of funding for critical services, including infrastructure maintenance, search and rescue, fire prevention, and most importantly, money for children's education. As this chart shows, all of those billions did nothing to help recover the owl, the population of which declined from 1,200 pairs in 1980 to around 200 pairs today. When society enacts laws that seemingly benefit the broader public but end up harming small communities, society must assume responsibility for that harm. This is what this bill partially accomplishes. I thank my colleagues. I thank the leaders of the committees that helped put this bill together. I thank Speaker Johnson for this bill and the funding my county so desperately need. I urge my colleagues to support Senate Bill 356. Yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves.
Thanks.
The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield such time as she may consume to my distinguished colleague from the state of Oregon.
Without objection. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative Vasquez. I rise in support of S-356, the Secure Rural Schools Reauthorization Act, my bipartisan legislation with Representatives LaMalfa, Neguse in the House, and Senators Crapo and Wyden in the Senate. In Central and Southern Oregon, my district, the federal government owns over 3 million acres of forest land that pays no taxes to federal government, to our local government. Generations of families built their lives and livelihood around federal timber harvest, and counties relied on the revenue shares from those sales to fund public services. When the timber industry collapsed, the revenue shares also disappeared. Congress made a commitment to support rural communities and the critical infrastructure to make sure they did not get left behind. However, in the Republican budget bill, H.R. 1, the timber revenues from federal lands to counties were eliminated, adding insult to injury. Now, the Secure Rural School Program has been a lifeline for our rural communities. It supports basic public services like keeping the roads paved, schools open, and emergency services running. Secure Rural Schools was meant to bridge and not be the final answer for our rural communities. We still have a long way to go to deliver on the investments and job opportunities that rural America needs and deserves. It's one of my top priorities in Congress, I know, along with many of my colleagues. Letting this program expire and pulling the rug out from our rural counties is simply not an option. We owe it to our rural communities, our timber-dependent counties, to keep this commitment. I'm proud to support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague from Oregon, Ms. Salinas, too. We took a while for all of us to get here, but I appreciate her help as well. I would now like to yield to my colleague from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, for 1.5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as a former county commissioner, I rise in strong support of the Secure Rural Schools Reauthorization Act of 2025. Since the National Forest System was created, nearly 200 million acres of rural America have been put aside for conservation, recreation, and responsible natural resource development like mining and timber harvesting. When these acres were put aside, rural communities lost their access to this land for settlement and economic development. To compensate for these communities, they were supposed to receive a portion of the revenue the federal government generated from responsible resource development to help fund things like schools and rural roads. But today, thanks to endless litigation and opposition from environmental groups, responsible development like mining and timber harvesting is nearly impossible. And our rural communities are losing jobs, economic activity, and their share of federal revenues from this development. The Secure Rural Schools program was created to help offset that. Today, the Secure Rural Schools program provides nearly $7 million a year to rural communities across Minnesota's 8th Congressional District. Mr. Speaker, while we should really be taking action to encourage and allow responsible mining and timber harvesting within our national forest, providing this relief is the next best thing. This is a vital lifeline for rural America that the American people owe to them, and we must reauthorize it. Rural Minnesota and rural America matters. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Speaker, I would like now to yield to the gentlelady from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, for
The
90
gentleman
seconds.
reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S356 to reauthorize the Secure Rural Schools program. Mr. Speaker, with such a large percentage of Wyoming's resources historically locked up in federal lands, including national forests, communities across my state have long weathered challenges associated with reduced flexibility and a decreased tax base. While a percentage of revenue from timber sales previously alleviated tax shortfalls, shifting land management priorities in Washington, D.C. have led to significant declines in timber harvests. The Secure Rural Schools program was created to bridge the gap for our rural communities that continue to be impacted by decades of agency mismanagement, federal overregulation, and harmful lawsuits. Since its creation, Wyoming communities have received vital funding to support infrastructure projects, public education, search and rescue operations, and other critical emergency services. The program's lapse in authorization has since threatened these essential functions, and its successful reauthorization will assist countless Wyoming communities that are uniquely and disproportionately impacted by bureaucratic decision-making beyond their control. Lastly, we must not lose sight of the underlying problem and continue to prioritize policies that restore timber production and the original intent of our federal land management agencies, supporting multiple use and healthy forests through proactive management strategies while meeting the needs of surrounding communities. I appreciate all of the Wyoming stakeholders who brought this issue to my attention and have remained engaged on this legislation throughout its consideration in Congress. I also want to thank Representative LaMalfa and Chairman Westerman, as well as Chairman Thompson, for their steadfast leadership on this legislation to resolve these issues and support our rural Wyoming communities. I urge all of my colleagues to support S356, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to highlight two particularly very important projects in my district that sit in the Gila National Forest and those surrounding rural communities of Glenwood, New Mexico, Quemado, and Reserve. These are two incredibly important projects that have helped diversify rural economies, that have helped support the outdoor recreation economy. They are the Catwalk National Historic Trail and the Cosmic Campground. These two projects on our federal public lands have brought in very important economic revenue to these communities, bringing in tourists from all across the country to see the darkest skies in the country in what is an international dark sky sanctuary and one of the most breathtaking trails that you can experience in our nation's first wilderness. Regardless, SRS is incredibly important to help ensure that our schools and our roads continue to function as we expand New Mexico's outdoor recreation economy. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 90 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a co-sponsor of the Secure Rural Schools reauthorization, I am very glad and relieved that this day has finally come. 7 of the counties in my district rely on this program to assure every child access to a quality education and to provide important public services. And I have met throughout the period in which this funding has lapsed with many of the leaders in these schools who have talked about the trade-offs that they've had to make. I've met with the students who have seen opportunities taken from them, extracurriculars, other programs that have had to be limited because of this lapse in funding. So I want to thank all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle here today and in the committees of jurisdiction for your tireless efforts in overcoming the inertia of this institution and getting this bill to the floor for a vote today. I look forward to it passing in a resounding bipartisan way, and in a way that I hope will assure that going forward, we don't allow for this sort of lapse to happen again, where for a year and a half, these schools and counties were going without these vitally needed payments. This is a measure that has broad bipartisan support. It's a very popular program. It's an important program. There's no reason that Congress should fail to pass its reauthorization in a timely manner. So I look forward to this passing on the floor today, and we need to make sure that in the future we don't keep our schools and our students in limbo. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New Mexico reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to be able to yield to one of the hardest working men on these issues, my colleague and chairman of the Natural Resources Committee, Westerman from Arkansas.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
For how much time?
For 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes. The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of S-356, the Secure Rural Schools Reauthorization Act of 2025, which is a lifeline for rural school districts that have experienced severe budget impacts since 2023 when the program was not reauthorized. This bill is vital to restoring critical funding, preventing further school closures, and ensuring rural students have access to quality education that can compete with urban communities. However, this isn't just an education issue. This is about investing in the future of rural America and supporting communities surrounded by federal forest. It's something I hear about regularly from the men and women of the 4th District of Arkansas who share my understanding that our schools must be supported in a way that allows them to play a role as a community hub while also supporting our timber industry that is the lifeblood for many of our communities. For generations, Arkansas counties with large swaths of federal forest land have received a share of federal timber harvest revenue, which helps compensate for the lack of property tax revenue on federal land. Unfortunately, reduced timber revenue since the 1990s as a result of declining rates of timber harvesting, litigation, and misguided environmental regulations has drastically affected county revenue, creating a very real economic impact in its wake. Franklin, Garland, Hot Spring, Howard, Johnson, Logan, Montgomery, Newton, Pike, Polk, Pope, Scott, and Yell counties have lost millions of their SRS funding while waiting for this legislation to be reauthorized. Communities across Arkansas and the United States are sounding the alarm, and it's time for Congress to listen. This bill not only shines a light on an educational issue, but underscores the need for an increase in responsible forest management. That's why I introduced the Fix Our Forest Act earlier this year, which passed the House with overwhelming bipartisan support. FOFA would not only result in more stable funding for these rural school districts and create more jobs for working families, but would also mitigate the devastation of wildfires in our wildland-urban interfaces through the restoration of forest health and common sense management. I hope the Senate will act soon so we can send FOFA to the President's desk to help our rural communities throughout Arkansas and the nation. It's time to restore revenue, revitalize resilience, and reauthorize the Secure Rules legislation. This will be for our rural timber communities all across the country. I appreciate my colleague, Mr. LaMalfa, for the work that he's done on this. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New Mexico reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to yield to my great colleague from Utah and from also the Western Caucasus, Ms. Malloy, for 1.5 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Gentlewoman is ready. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of the Secure Rural Schools Reauthorization Act of 2025. The Secure Rural Schools Program, or SRS, is a lifeline for rural Utah communities. When timber revenues from federal lands declined, it threatened the ability of counties to fund their schools, roads, and emergency services. Counties are responsible for providing these basic services, but what if they can't? SRS steps in to fill that gap in counties with overwhelming federal land ownership, counties that previously benefited from timber sales. With the majority of Utah's land federally managed, our counties can't simply tax their way out of budgeting shortfalls. The elected county commissioners in my district spend a lot of time getting creative and stretching the dollars they have as far as they can, and that includes working to get Congress to fund SRS. Kane County is 87% federally owned. Garfield County is at about 94% federal ownership, and Paiute County is at about 75%. SRS recognizes that the federal government has an obligation to be part of the communities surrounded by the land it manages. Replacing lost funding is a step towards being part of those local communities. This funding keeps schools staffed, keeps roads maintained. Our rural counties need the stability and fairness that comes with reauthorizing SRS. It matters a lot for Utah. To be clear, rural counties, timber counties, would rather have the jobs that come with timber production and sound forest management for resource production. But in the meantime, while we're fixing the policies that have prevented that, SRS is essential for the rural counties. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to thank Chair Westerman for his support of the Fix Our Force Act, introducing that bill, and hope that it does make it to the Senate. I think as we talk about the longevity of rural communities and sustainability of rural communities, we have to have good forest management and a diversified economy that includes the timber industry, cattle growing, outdoor recreation. So much of that depends on the health of our public lands. And so I'm encouraged by the bipartisanship shown on this bill today, and hope that we can have more conversations and we can pass SRS out of the House today so that we can ensure that these rural communities have a future that is not dependent on federal funding, but that has a diversified economy that uses our natural resources wisely. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our next speaker, I greatly appreciate his strong work in our Ag Committee and the Subcommittee on Forestry. I would like to yield to the gentleman, a great friend and colleague, Mr. G.T. Thompson from Pennsylvania, our Ag Committee Chair, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, I want to thank the distinguished chairman of the Agriculture Subcommittee, of the Forestry Subcommittee, for his great work, for his leadership, and tireless work on this important issue. I rise today in support of S356, the Secure Rural Schools Reauthorization Act of 2025. Actively managing our national forests is critical for both forest health and the economic health of our rural communities. Congress has long recognized that responsible timber harvesting is essential for encouraging that stewardship. Since many communities throughout the United States, including Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District, are located within national forest lands, declining timber harvest can lead to chronic underfunding of local schools, emergency services, and other projects that rely on a strong tax base. As a result, Congress made a commitment to provide resources to rural communities and schools that have tracts of land managed by the U.S. Forest Service. Since 1908, federal laws required that 25% of revenue generated through timber sales in the national forest is returned to the local county. These funds are then used by local governments to provide critical support services for schools, roads, and other essential needs. Timber harvesting in the National Forest System reached its peak in the late 1980s and dramatically declined in the early 1990s. This decline led to significantly reduced payments to counties, notably impacting rural schools. This trend continued throughout the decade, and harvesting levels have since remained only a fraction of their historical highs. To offset this lost revenue, Congress created the Secure Rural Schools program in 2000 to offer an alternative funding formula that takes historic production levels into account. This program has been a lifeline to hundreds of rural counties and school districts across the country who have seen their budgets slashed through no fault of their own. The program expired in the fall of 2023, resulting in county payments reverting to the rate under permanent law, which equates to a nearly 70% reduction. Today's legislation will extend Secure Rural Schools for 3 years and make adjustments to payments already made for fiscal years 2024 and 2025. Without this critical reauthorization, these rural school districts will not receive any additional funding this year, and payments scheduled for distribution in the spring of 2026 and beyond will remain at significantly reduced levels. I represent many communities that receive funding through the Secure Rural Schools program, and I remain committed to seeing the program operate consistently and successfully. We must ensure that Congress continues to fulfill our obligations to our rural schools, our rural counties. I support this legislation and I urge my colleagues to vote favorably. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers and are prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we can all recognize what a special moment this is for our rural communities. These days, Democrats and Republicans don't often see eye to eye long enough to get a piece of legislation like this all the way to the president's desk. The fact that we will today shows just how important we all know It is to stand up for our rural communities. For New Mexico, this is real money with real impact. Our rural communities have been missing more than $9 million that should have been supporting schools, roads, and essential services. I'm proud to be bringing that money back to the families and communities that have waited for far too long. I also want to take a moment to recognize some of the incredible New Mexican advocates who helped make today possible. This is not a full list, and it's a long one, so bear with me. Our Secure Rural Schools champions in New Mexico's 2nd District include Kaylee Ortiz, Amber Vaughn, Randall Earwood, Charlene Webb, William Hawkins, Kate Fletcher, Joya Sparson, David Lackey, and Deborah Mahler. These are the folks who showed up, who spoke out, organized their neighbors, and never let us forget what was at stake. And I want to thank every constituent who wrote, called, and shared their story with our office. Their advocacy drove much of this effort. Their persistence is why we are passing this bill into law today. And again, I want to thank my Republican colleagues for working on this piece of legislation with me and other members of the committee. I'm proud of my community. I'm grateful for their trust. And once again, they prove something that we all know back home. Don't mess with rural New Mexico. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I want to just thank once again Mr. Vasquez on our ability to work on these issues, and let's use this for a lot more success going forward on forestry, fire, keeping these schools funded, and as we go. So with that, I'd also want to, on the House bill, I'd like to thank Mr. Neguse of Colorado again for working with me on the House version of the bill to get where we got here today. I want to thank Speaker Johnson and our leader, Mr. Scalise, as well, for helping get this shepherded here to us for us here today and get past some of our other issues that have taken a while to get here. So let's just not have this happen again in this fashion that it's taken a while to get here, but we were very grateful for being able to come together and everybody see the importance of this. And lastly, I really want to thank for the patience and good cheer for the folks in our districts. I'm sure New Mexico and my part of Northern California as well. The patience people have shown with us trying to get through this process and the good cheer, again, they've brought with that. So our colleagues from Trinity County and Shasta County, some of them are in the audience here today. And I'm going to especially point out a couple of Modoc County supervisors that are always in my ear in a good way on this, Supervisor Coe and Supervisor Jerry Byrne. Thank you for your consistency and persistency on helping us get this over the line. So I'm very, very happy that we've gotten here today. And so with the broad bipartisan support, let's do more of this. So, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of the time, urging my colleagues to vote in favor of the Secure Rules Schools Reauthorization Act of 2025.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 356? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection,
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Without objection. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Okay. Sorry about that. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2302 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 242, H.R. 2302, a bill to take certain federal land in the state of California into trust for the benefit of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2302, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 2302, the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians Land Transfer Act of 2025, introduced by Congressman McClintock, would place approximately 80 acres of fee land into trust for the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. Descendants of the Miwok Indians once lived throughout north central California, inhabiting land from the Sacramento area to the Sierra Nevada mountains. The Shingle Springs Band, however, was displaced by the gold rush of the 1850s, prompting the federal government to refer to the tribe as the Sacramento Verona Band of Homeless Indians. In 1920, the government provided the tribe a 160-acre parcel of land known as the Verona Tract, which serves as the tribe's rancheria. As the years have passed, and with the realignment of Highway 50 in California, the rancheria has become largely landlocked. This has prohibited the tribe's growth and restricted its housing opportunities. In 2014, roughly 41 acres of BLM land were placed into trust for the tribe to assist with tribal housing needs. Developing the land for housing has proved difficult, however, due to the land's rough terrain. Recently, the tribe purchased land near the rancheria known as the Indian Creek Subdivision, which was previously approved for a now defunct subdivision. The tribe seeks to place this land into trust and is pursuing this goal legislatively, as their previous attempt to obtain fee-to-trust approval through the federal administrative process have been mired in the bureaucracy. The other parcels involved in this legislation comprise approximately 80 acres of BLM land that will be transferred into trust for the tribe. These parcels have suffered from various management issues, which have led the tribe and other surrounding landowners to raise concerns about increased wildfire risk. Despite lacking ownership, the tribe has performed needed management functions on this land, a fact that reflects positively on the tribe's stewardship capabilities and deep-felt concern for the land's overall health. Currently, the tribe has no immediate commercial or development plans for these parcels, and pursuant to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, gaming on these lands is prohibited. I applaud Mr. McClintock for working with the tribe to develop H.R. 2302, which would place land into trust for the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you heard from Chairman Westerman, H.R. 2302 will help provide the Shingle Springs Band of the Miwok Indians the ability to address their housing and infrastructure needs for their citizens. Like Americans across the country who are struggling to afford housing in the Trump administration's economy, the tribe is currently facing a housing shortage with over 180 families listed on the tribe's housing waitlist. Without additional land, the tribe is unable to build the housing needed to provide these families homes. The Shingle Springs Band of the Miwok Indians Land Transfer Act will address this challenge by transferring 80 acres currently managed by the Bureau of Land Management and 185 acres of tribally owned fee land into trust for the benefit of the tribe. This bill is an important step towards ensuring that the Shingle Springs Band of the Miwok Indians has the lands they need, their lands, to meet the current needs of their citizens and to plan for sustainable community growth. I urge for this legislation to be supported and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present this bill at the request of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians to transfer 80 acres of BLM land and 185 acres of fee simple land that's already owned by the tribe into trust as part of their reservation for the purpose of housing. You know, I've always insisted that any transfer of lands from fee simple ownership to federal trust must have the approval of the local land use management agency that's responsible for this land, since it takes that land off the tax rolls and out of the agency's jurisdiction. So I'm pleased to report that the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors has unanimously endorsed this bill affecting the transfer. This particular tract was approved for residential housing in the past, but the projects never materialized. This land transfer will bring a new neighborhood into the community, providing desperately needed housing to tribal members. The tribe already owns this land. It merely seeks the freedom afforded by federal trust status to bring it to fruition. The transfer of the 80 acres of federal BLM land should also be a no-brainer. The BLM long ago abandoned this tract to neglect and is now densely overgrown and a serious fire hazard for the surrounding communities. Putting this land under the active management of the Shingle Springs Band assures that good stewardship can be restored to this acreage in perpetuity. The local government did request some restrictions on the use of the land, which the tribal government has agreed to. The property cannot be used for gaming nor for commerce beyond what's necessary to support the needs of the new neighborhood. Frankly, I hope that future boards will agree to expand the permissible use of this land, but in the meantime, both the tribal government and the local government have agreed to these restrictions, and they're incorporated into this act. Let me take just a moment to tell you about the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, because it's a remarkable tale of resilience and determination and triumph. The members of this tribe are the descendants of the Miwok and Southern Maida people who populated the Sierra Nevada mountains and the Central Valley of California for many thousands of years. Spanish colonization devastated the native population in the 18th century, and the 19th century gold rush all but obliterated it. By 1913, the entire native population of California had plummeted from an estimated 310,000 down to just 17,000. In the aftermath, the few surviving members of the Miwok tribe were allocated 160 acres as a rancheria. But the construction of Highway 50 cut the residents off from easy access, and the members dispersed into the surrounding communities. The Indian Reorganization Act breathed new life into the isolated, disbanded descendants, and the members returned and reorganized as the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, the only federally recognized tribe in El Dorado County. They've achieved remarkable success in the years that have followed. This small tribe, numbering about 500 enrolled members, raised the private money to build an off-ramp from Highway 50 to restore access to their rancheria. They used the opportunities afforded under the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act to construct the Red Hawk Casino, and from that success, they've expanded into a hospitality and recreation center for the region, providing employment, commerce, and health care, and all the spin-off commercial activity that means to the surrounding community. The Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians survived near annihilation during the Spanish colonization and gold rush eras, only to become a prosperous and integral part of El Dorado County. And I'm honored to carry this legislation that will continue their progress and contributions to their posterity and to our community into the years ahead. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Speaker, I commend the gentleman for his work on this important issue and representing his district so well. I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation will allow the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians to place land into trust in a way that will benefit both the tribe and the surrounding area. I urge the adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 2302 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose did the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1276 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 237, H.R. 1276, a bill to remove restrictions from a parcel of land in Paducah, Kentucky.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks, and to add extraneous material on H.R. 1276, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of this legislation offered by my good friend and the chairman of the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee, Representative Comer. This legislation would remove federal deed restrictions from a building and the surrounding parcel of land in Paducah, Kentucky. For more than 6 decades, the Oscar Cross Boys and Girls Club of Paducah has provided a safe place for young people in McCracken County, Kentucky to learn, grow, and thrive. The club is a model of community service, offering affordable mentorship, recreation, and educational opportunities to hundreds of children each year. Today, the club is ready to make long overdue improvements, including renovating and expanding its building, adding new classrooms, and refurbishing its gymnasium so it can serve even more children and bolster its educational and recreational programming. To do so, the Boys and Girls Club is hoping to acquire the current building and surrounding land from the city of Paducah. However, these plans are stalled by an outdated federal deed restriction put in place by the National Park Service on the land where the Boys and Girls Club currently operates. H.R. 1276 removes that restriction, which would in turn allow the city of Paducah to transfer the parcel directly to the club. Again, I want to thank Representative Comer for working with the Natural Resources Committee to amend this bill during our committee's markup to ensure this area remains dedicated to public and recreational purposes in perpetuity. This is a common sense bill that cuts red tape, empowers local leaders, and strengthens a vital community institution. Chairman Comer has played a vital role in leading and representing his community. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1276, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2012, the National Park Service conveyed these 3.62-acre parcel of land in Kentucky to the city of Paducah through the Federal Lands to Parks program. This program allows states, counties, and local governments to acquire surplus land for public recreational purposes, an incredibly impactful alternative to the Trump administration's public land sell-off scheme. Although the land was conveyed to the city, the National Park Service still retains a deed restriction. Today, the parcel is utilized, as you heard, by the Oscar Cross Boys and Girls Club, which provides programming for youth in the community. The club is a central part of the community, but faces challenges in accepting new members and a growing wait list due to the need for renovations and expansion of facilities. H.R. 1276 would remove the National Park Service's deed restriction, allowing the city of Paducah to transfer the parcel to the club so that they can move forward with the renovations and improvements needed to increase capacity, expand programming, and better serve youth in the community. I would like to thank the majority for working with us in the markup to add language that ensures that this property continues to serve a public purpose by the Boys and Girls Club. This is an important assurance and guarantee. I urge support for this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, the lead sponsor of the bill, Chairman Comer.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 1276, to remove restrictions from a parcel of land in Paducah, Kentucky. It's an honor to serve the people of Paducah and McCracken County in Congress. One of their community's most impactful institutions, the Oscar Cross Boys and Girls Club, has been a cornerstone of support and opportunity for local youth for over 60 years. The club is located on land currently owned by the city of Paducah, which has held the property since 2012. For over 60 years, the Oscar Cross Boys and Girls Club has been a force for good in Paducah and has a positive impact on thousands of children who have come through its doors. Today, the club is facing unprecedented demand. More than 100 children are currently on the waiting list due to space constraints in the existing facility. Unfortunately, lingering federal interest in the property dating back to the city's involvement in the Federal Lands to Park program decades ago has impeded progress on an exciting renovation project for the local Boys and Girls Club. Despite strong local support from the city of Paducah and community members, this federal restriction has hampered efforts to raise funds and begin the renovation process. H.R. 1276 is a straightforward, common-sense bill that would lift this outdated restriction and allow the city to fully transfer the land to the Oscar Cross Boys and Girls Club. There's no time to waste in making this common sense fix to enable this project to move forward. I was proud to collaborate with the City of Paducah, the National Park Service, and local stakeholders to develop a legislative solution to this issue. It ensures that the federal government's unnecessary involvement no longer stands in the way of progress for the children of Paducah and McCracken County. I would also like to thank Senator Paul for introducing the Senate Companion Bill S-601 and Senator McConnell for being an original co-sponsor of that legislation. I look forward to working with them to get this bill across the finish line and onto President Trump's desk. I want to thank also Chairman Westerman for his support and urge passage of H.R. 1276. I yield.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as has been noted, for more than 60 years, the Oscar Cross Boys and Girls Club of Paducah has provided dedicated service to their community. H.R. 1276 is a straightforward bill that will enhance this legacy of service by removing an unnecessary federal deed restriction and allowing the city of Paducah to transfer land directly to the club. This will pave the way for long-planned improvements that will directly benefit Kentucky children and families. I urge my colleague to support Chairman Comer's legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1276 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4285 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 250, H.R. 4285, a bill to direct the Secretary of the Interior to designate an entrance fee-free date in 2026 at National Park Service sites in order to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States of America.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material to H.R. 4285, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 4285, the Semi-Quincentennial Tourism and Access to Recreation Sites Act, or STARS Act, led by my colleague, Representative Malloy from Utah. This bill designates September 17, 2026 as a fee-free day across our national parks and other federal recreation lands in honor of the 250th anniversary of our nation's independence. September 17th was also the date on which the U.S. Constitution was signed 11 years later, bringing together 2 foundational milestones in American history. By waiving entrance and recreation fees at more than 400 national park units and thousands of federal recreation sites, the STARS Act ensures that families across the country can celebrate America's 250 by connecting with our natural landscapes and historic places. From our forests and lake shores to our battlefields and monuments, these sites tell the story of our liberty, resilience, and shared civic values. This is a simple bipartisan bill that expands access to our public lands, encourages public participation in the semi-quincentennial, and reaffirms the ideals that continue to guide our nation. I commend Representative Malloy as well as my fellow Arkansan, Senator John Bozeman, for leading this bipartisan legislation in the House and the Senate. Respectively, I'd also like to recognize the work of Representative Pete Stauber, who offered a thoughtful amendment during our Natural Resources Committee markup to expand this bill to national forests, refuges, and all public lands. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 4285, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next year, our nation will celebrate its 250th birthday. H.R. 4285, the STARS Act, would mark that milestone on September 17th, 2026 by providing free entrance to national park services and waiving standard amenity recreation fees to sites managed by the Bureau of Land Management, the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Bureau of Reclamation, and the U.S. Forest Service. I fully support helping more Americans experience our public lands and will be honored to support this bill. However, it is hard to ignore how hollow this gesture feels when it comes alongside the ongoing Republican effort to undermine access to these very places. While we may be hearing how treasured our public lands are from my colleagues today, some of their actions paint a different picture. Republicans are slashing the already underfunded land management agencies' budgets. Republicans are firing hardworking Americans who keep our public lands open and safe. Republicans are trying to sell off our public lands for a quick buck. Republicans are working to undo protections for national monuments, are trying to block updates to outdated resource management plans, are pushing reckless development for extractive industries, no matter the public health or environmental consequences. Republicans are attacking bedrock environmental and historic preservation laws, attempting to erase and rewrite history in our public lands, and working to turn our public lands into prisons and detention centers. Americans deserve better. They deserve public lands that are open, well cared for, and honest about our history, not just a few symbolic gestures and a free entrance day every now and then. It is our responsibility to care for our public lands, to support the people who care for them, and to ensure they reflect the full and robust history of everyone who shaped this country. That's how we can honor the past and ensure our public lands remain places that future generations of Americans can learn from and enjoy. Democrats will continue to stand up for our federal workforce and to fight to protect Americans' public lands. I urge support for this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as we get ready to celebrate our 250th year anniversary, and actually we're already in it with some of the Revolutionary War battles being fought already over 250 years ago, we look forward to Americans being able to have a day, a very affordable day when they can go to our parks and our federal lands for free. And it's already an exciting time in America. I commend the gentlelady who brought this bill to us and the effort that she's put forth to make sure that Americans can have an affordable day on our federal lands. And I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Utah, the lead sponsor of the bill, Ms. Malloy.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Americans are preparing to celebrate the 250th birthday of the United States in 2026. How do you properly celebrate 250 years of freedom? One very uniquely American way is to spend time in what Wallace Stegner called the best idea we ever had, our national parks. National parks provide our connection to history, nature, and shared heritage, including our bright future as a nation. The Semi-Quincentennial Tourism and Access to Recreation Sites Act, which doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, so we'll call it the STARS Act, designates Constitution Day, September 17th, 2026, as a fee-free day at National Park Service sites and extends fee waivers to federal lands managed by the Bureau of Land Management, the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Bureau of Reclamation, and the United States Forest Service. This allows Americans to experience our national history, natural treasures, and natural resources that preserve and protect the legacy that began in 1776. This legislation is complementary to the Department of Interior's effort to launch the Digital America the Beautiful passes, expand motorcycle access, create resident-focused fee structure, and otherwise improve the experience for Americans. The STARS Act highlights Constitution Day to encourage reflection on America's founding principles. Get out and enjoy this nation's natural resources, learn something new, or just celebrate with loved ones in one of our parks. Free access encourages families and communities to visit, learn, and participate in the national celebration together. Americans just might come together during this major national commemoration by getting outside in a forest, a historic park, a bird refuge, or go on an iconic hike. The STARS Act is about connecting Americans with history, nature, and the founding principles of our republic. We can celebrate America's birthday in a very American way that invites all people, regardless of politics, religion, age, or income bracket, to be united in taking part in the freedoms we enjoy as a result of our Constitution. Maybe, just maybe, By joining together to mark this milestone, we can awaken a fresh reverence and respect for our founding documents, our collective national blessings, and the ideas that changed the world 2.5 centuries ago. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman reserves his time. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am enthusiastically in support of this policy, but I think I have to underscore again that our public lands belong to all Americans, as the prime sponsor mentioned, regardless of race, gender, socioeconomic status, or background. The stories preserved at sites like Bainbridge Island Japanese American Exclusion Memorial in my district serve as powerful reminders of what happens when we allow fear and prejudice to override our values of inclusion and justice. And in this moment in our history, as we celebrate the, what do we call it, the semi-quincentennial of our nation, we are also watching history attempt to repeat itself with the rounding up of Americans and the rounding up of folks living in this country who are being persecuted in our streets and on our public lands. So I rise in support of this legislation and urge all my colleagues to support it as well, but I also urge us to learn from our history and to move forward more equitably. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I once again thank Representative Malloy and Chairman Bothman for their leadership on the STARS Act in their respective chambers of Congress. This is a good bill that gives every American the opportunity to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our nation's independence in the very places that conserve our history and our heritage. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4285 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 655 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 233, H.R. 655, a bill to direct the Secretary of Agriculture to convey certain federal land to the city of the Dalles and Oregon.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Hurd, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material and H.R. 655, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 655, sponsored by my colleague, Representative Bentz. This straightforward legislation would transfer 150 acres of U.S. Forest Service land to the city of the Dalles, Oregon. The area encompassed by the legislation includes a dam and reservoir that the city currently operates under a special use permit from the Forest Service. The Crow Creek Reservoir, located in the Mount Hood National Forest, is key to providing clean water for drinking, residential, and commercial uses in the Dalles. In fact, the existing infrastructure provides 80% of the city's annual water supply. However, in order to access and maintain this critical water infrastructure, the city must perpetually reapply for special use permits from the Forest Service, a time-consuming and expensive process. In addition to wasting time and personnel resources, the renewal process is estimated to cost the city at least $150,000. Between 2010 and 2020, the population of the Dalles increased by more than 11%. To address the needs of its current and future population, the city plans to increase the Crow Creek Reservoir's capacity from 900 to 3,000 acre-feet. Allowing the city to take full ownership of the land within the reservoir's watershed will allow local leaders to move ahead with planned capacity and safety improvements to the Crow Creek Reservoir without running into red tape and wasting taxpayer money. This is a fiscally responsible bill that will cut costs for the local community and for the Forest Service. A land transfer will allow the city to advance upgrades to the Crow Creek Reservoir. H.R. 655 is a simple, practical step that saves money immediately and decreases costs over time by shrinking the federal estate. I'd like to thank Representative Bentz for his leadership on this issue and for his steadfast work on behalf of his constituents. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 655, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 655, the Dalles Watershed Development Act, introduced by my colleague from the Pacific Northwest, Representative Bentz from Oregon. This bill would direct the Secretary of Agriculture to convey approximately 150 acres of federal land in the Mount Hood National Forest to the city of the Dalles, Oregon. This land is vital to the city's watershed and supports roughly 80% of its annual water supply. Local ownership of this land will allow the city to better manage its water resources, protect water quality, and plan for future water infrastructure. Under the bill, the land transfer would occur at no cost to the city and be subject to valid existing rights. The city would cover the administrative expenses of the conveyance, including surveying, and the conveyance would be executed by quitclaim deed. I want to thank the majority for working with us to include language that guarantees the property is used by the city for the public in perpetuity. With this important update, the legislation offers a practical, bipartisan solution to address clear infrastructure need and to adapt to a changing climate in which water resources are becoming more and more scarce. I want to thank Representative Bentz for his leadership on this bill, and I ask my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 655 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Bentz.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my legislation, H.R. 655, the Dalles Watershed Development Act. The city of the Dalles, located in my district, depends on its municipal watershed for almost all of its supply of drinking water. Protecting and managing this watershed is vital to the health, safety, and future of the Dalles community. Today, that task is complicated by the fact that critical infrastructure, the Crow Creek Reservoir and the surrounding timbered area, is located on both city-owned and federally managed Forest Service lands. The city operates these facilities under a special use permit, which is inefficient and costly and limits the city's ability to expeditiously expand and modernize its water supply. The city of the Dalles is a growing city. It's an important city, and it's one that deserves this kind of help and attention, and I'm happy to bring this bill to achieve this purpose. This bill offers a practical solution by transferring 150 acres of Forest Service land within the watershed of the city into city's ownership. This transfer will allow the city of the Dalles to efficiently upgrade the Crow Creek Dam, increase its reservoir capacity by 2,100 acre feet, eliminate the need for ongoing special use permits with the Forest Service, and allow implementation of a comprehensive watershed management strategy. It would also save tens of thousands of dollars in administrative costs for both the city and the Forest Service. Mr. Speaker, this is a narrowly tailored, community-driven proposal that directly supports clean water, public safety, economic growth, and good government. I want to thank Chair Westerman and the members of the committee for their support of this bill, and I urge the vote yes on H.R. 655. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation will eliminate the city's need to reapply for a special use permit to access land within its own municipal watershed and allow local leaders to move forward with a vital expansion of its reservoir capacity, which is necessary to serve its growing population. Expanding the city's water supply will support the growing number of businesses and families that call the Dalles home. This legislation is straightforward, timely, returns power to local government, and saves taxpayer money. I thank Representative Bentz for sponsoring this critical measure. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 655 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 655 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2293 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Number 241, H.R. 2293, a bill to require the Secretary of the Interior to reissue certain regulations relating to the taking of double-crested cormorants at aquaculture facilities.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Hurd, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2293, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2293, the Cormorant Relief Act of 2025, sponsored by Representative Ezell from Mississippi. This legislation would require the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to reinstate the aquaculture depredation order for double-crested cormorants, which was in place from 1998 to 2016 until it was vacated by a judge in response to yet another activist lawsuit. Double-crested cormorants are water birds common to the Great Lakes states and the Southeast. They are opportunistic and intelligent predators that often feed at aquaculture facilities where fish are easy to catch. A variety of studies have determined that predation from double-crested cormorants costs the aquaculture industry nearly $65 million annually in economic losses. This legislation would streamline the permitting process to take double-crested cormorants, restoring protections for aquaculture producers without negatively impacting cormorant populations. I commend Representative Ezell for his continued leadership and urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2293. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today to speak on H.R. 2293, the Cormorant Relief Act of 2025. Aquaculture facilities nationwide are facing issues with predatory birds. We experience it in Washington state as well, along with the pinnipeds that we spent some time discussing last week. Double-crested cormorants consume large quantities of fish from these operations, negatively impacting businesses that provide jobs and support their local communities. From 2003 to 2014, the Fish and Wildlife Service implemented the 2003 proposed rule, adopting the Aquaculture Depredation Order and the Public Resource Depredation Order, a federal program that allowed aquaculture operators, states, and tribes to manage cormorant populations in a controlled way with proper oversight. But that program was found to be unlawful by the courts. This bill would lawfully reinstate the depredation order for aquaculture facilities. Further, it would expand coverage to 12 states and allow the Secretary to add others as appropriate. The bill would also include aquaculture lake managers and pond managers who face similar challenges. I'm pleased we are able to work out a bipartisan solution that maintains environmental safeguards under bedrock environmental protections like NEPA and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. This approach will provide a reasonable regulatory framework with proper oversight and require renewal every 5 years to ensure that it's working as intended and that moving forward, Fish and Wildlife Services conduct proper environmental assessments as it renews the program. This bill will help U.S.-based aquaculture producers deliver healthy and affordable protein for American families. I think this is a workable approach that we can support. Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Ezell.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the H.R. 2293, the Cormorant Relief Act of 2025. Reinstates the aquaculture depredation order for double-breasted cormorants. The double-breasted cormorant is a nuisance, plain and simple. A single cormorant can eat up to 1.5 pounds of fish every day. Even the Fish and Wildlife Service has classified as an opportunist and a generalist that prey on a wide range of species. Yet farmers are still forced to jump through needless hoops to prevent these birds from wiping out their stock. The aquaculture depredation order is nothing new. It's the same common sense tool that was used or easily reinstated in 2003, 2009, and 2014. Aquaculture farmers have been struggling for years with the importation of non-domestic catfish flooding our market. Every year, American catfish farmers community lose up to $64 million in stock to the cormorant alone. For far too long, catfish farmers in Mississippi and across the Southeast have been weighed down by burdensome permits and processes created by people too far removed from the realities of everyday working-class Americans. It's past time we restore common sense approach to this and ensure that our farmers are finally defend their ponds without any federal red tape in any way. I want to thank Chairman Westerman, Leader Scalise, the Gulf Coast officials, and numerous Mississippians who have worked hard to bring this bill to the floor. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this common sense bill allows aquaculture producers to effectively manage the overpopulation of double-crested cormorants, which threatens their way of life and harms coastal economies. I'd like to once again thank Mr. Ezell for his diligent work and attention to this issue. I urge the passage of H.R. 2293 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2293 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3857 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3857, a bill to amend the Snow Water Supply Forecasting Program Authorization Act.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Hurd, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 3857, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3857, the Snow Water Supply Forecasting Reauthorization Act. In Colorado and in the West, we don't measure water by what comes out of a faucet. We measure it by what falls on our mountains. Snowpack is our reservoir, our lifeline, and our future. But water managers are still forced to make major decisions with incomplete data and outdated tools. This bill reauthorizes the Snow Water Supply Forecasting Program so that we can use modern technology, LiDAR, satellite imagery, and other remote sensing tools to build accurate 3D models of snowpack across entire watersheds. Better data means better reservoir planning, better support for agriculture, better protection for our cities and towns, and better management across every industry that depends upon water in the West. We cannot manage what we can't measure. H.R. 3857 gives Western communities what they need to plan ahead and protect the water resources that sustain our way of life. I urge support for this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in enthusiastic support of H.R. 3857, the Snow Water Supply Forecasting Reauthorization Act brought forward by my colleague and fellow freshman Jeff Hurd. This legislation, as he described, would extend the Bureau of Reclamation's Snow Water Supply Forecasting Program through 2031, ensuring that communities have accurate water supply forecasting. This program plays a critical role in advancing new technologies, expanding snow monitoring areas, and improving the accuracy of water supply forecasts. This work is extremely vital to supporting Western communities facing growing challenges of climate change, persistent drought, and growing demands from communities growing in our states. Across the West, communities are experiencing changing precipitation patterns, diminished snowpack, earlier runoff, and changing water availability. I certainly look to the mountains, the Olympics, and the Cascades every time I drive around my district using a very untechnological approach to assessing the snowpack on the mountains. Now, there are definitely scientists using much better tools, but this legislation authorizes even better tools to allow us to plan for our communities' safety, our access to clean water, agriculture, and a thriving economy. Paired with the growing demand for water, these changes that we have seen create uncertainty for water managers and users who rely on accurate data for planning. By reauthorizing the Snow Water Supply Forecasting Program, we're ensuring that water managers and users have the information that they need to make informed decisions and support the continued collaboration between agencies in expanding snowpack data collection and forecasting capabilities. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no requests for time and am prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, enthusiastic support for this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill reauthorizes a vital program that helps water managers promptly and effectively plan for and respond to drought. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3857 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rule. Does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings in this room will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1676 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 238, H.R. 1676, a bill to amend the Pittman-Robertson Wildlife Restoration Act to require the Secretary of the Interior to approve the wildlife conservation and restoration program of a state within a certain period of time.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crank, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1676, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1676, the Make Swaps Efficient Act of 2025, sponsored by Representative Donalds from Florida. This bill advances a goal shared by both House Republicans and the Trump administration to promote government efficiency by holding the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service accountable when reviewing state wildlife action plans, or SWAPs. SWAPs serve as blueprints for identifying each state's and territory's unique conservation needs. By law, states must have an updated SWAP to receive funding through the State Wildlife Grant Program, and SWAPs must be updated every 10 years. The SWAPs of 44 states, the District of Columbia, and 3 territories are up for renewal in 2025. In the past, the approval process for SWAPs has taken as long as 18 months due to bureaucratic delays at the Fish and Wildlife Service. Last year, the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service entered into a memorandum of understanding to simplify the review process for these plans. This bill is intended to complement that work by directing the Secretary of Interior to approve SWAPs within 180 days of submission. I commend Representative Donalds for his continued leadership, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1676. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 1676 will improve state-led conservation of priority fish and wildlife resources by improving the efficiency of state wildlife action plan review process. The state wildlife managers in every U.S. state are facing increasing challenges. Nationwide, more than 1/3 of all plant and animal species face heightened risks of extinction. State wildlife action plans are essential to proactively conserving fish and wildlife, rather than waiting for populations to decline to a point where they need Endangered Species Act protections. These plans provide a comprehensive assessment of the status of states' wildlife populations, key habitats, and strategies to keep the populations strong. Each year, these funds provide states with upwards of $54.4 million to conserve species and critical habitats. These funds have enabled numerous success stories, including research and conservation for the rare Sierra Nevada red fox in California and the Cook Inlet beluga whales in Alaska. States must update and resubmit their action plans every 10 years to qualify for annual state wildlife funds. This year, dozens of states are going through the renewal process, and they're concerned that an already thin Fish and Wildlife Service workforce will have a difficult time processing these plans in a timely fashion. This bill would redirect the Fish and Wildlife Service and the states to work together to speed up state wildlife action plan review processes, and it would codify the Fish and Wildlife Service's current practice of automatic implementation while a plan is in review to ensure that states don't lose access to these critical conservation funds while the service reviews their plans. At the same time, this bill would maintain the standards by which these plans are reviewed, ensuring that these federal dollars are used responsibly, as Congress intended. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 1676. Thank you, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Donalds.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 1676, the Make Swaps Efficient Act. This year marks the 20th anniversary of state wildlife action plans, a major milestone for fish and wildlife conservation. Statewide action plans serve as a vital blueprint for identifying the unique conservation needs of each state and territory and are required for states to take part in the State and Tribal Wildlife Grant Program. These plans play a leading role in helping to prevent and recover endangered species and guide the conservation of over 12,000 species of the greatest conservation need. Currently, there is no deadline for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to approve a state-submitted wildlife action plan, with most taking over 18 months to simply get an approval. And this is something that's unacceptable, and my legislation seeks to change that. The bill directs the Secretary of Interior to approve a state's swap within 180 days once the Secretary determines the swap complies with the requirements of the Pittman-Robinson Wildlife Restoration Act. If the Department of Interior fails to authorize the swap within 180 days, the swap is deemed approved. It's time to take a real swipe to unnecessary red tape, minimize self-induced delays, and streamline the regulatory process, the allocation of much needed conservation funding to our states. In short, Mr. Speaker, this is a very good piece of legislation. It was my pleasure to work with colleagues on both sides of the aisle on this, and I recommend that the body approve this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
I support this legislation and urge my colleagues to do so as well, and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill will help make the federal government more efficient and ensure our conservation programs work as they were intended. Once again, I'd like to thank Mr. Donalds for his diligent work and attention to this issue. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1676 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being...
Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2388.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 243, H.R. 2388, a bill to take certain federal land in the state of Washington into trust for the Lower Elwha Kalam tribe and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crank, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on H.R. 2388, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2388, the Lower Elwha Klallam Tribal Project Lands Restoration Act, sponsored by Congresswoman Randall. H.R. 2388 would take approximately 1,083 acres of National Park Service land into trust for the Lower Elwha Klallam tribe. The tribe is located within the Olympic Peninsula in northwest Washington and has approximately 984 enrolled members. The tribe signed the Treaty of Point No Point in 1855, which entitled them to share a small reservation not on their traditional lands. After signing the treaty, most tribal members opted not to live on their reservation, instead choosing rivers, shorelines, and sites of their ancestral burial grounds. Through the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, the federal government acquired 372 acres of land and assigned it to 14 families in the tribe. In 1968, the tribe received federal recognition, which included the acres given to the families. As a result of federal recognition, the Lower Elwha Reservation was formally established for the tribe. The approximately 1,083 acres of National Park Service land in this legislation were acquired in the 1990s through the Elwha River Ecosystems and Fisheries Restoration Act. The act required the National Park Service to identify lands to be transferred to the Lower Elwha Klallam tribe for housing, cultural, or economic development purposes and place them into trust. I urge support for this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill, the Lower Elwha Klallam Tribe Projects Land Restoration Act. Thank you to Chair Westerman and Subcommittee Chairman Hurd for their partnership in bringing this important legislation to the floor. I'm deeply honored to serve on the House Natural Resources Committee and the Subcommittee on Indian and Insular Affairs and to represent a district that is home to 12 federally recognized tribes. Tribes that have led the nation in co-stewardship, climate resilience, and ecosystem restoration. Each time this Congress gathers to address land restoration and treaty-reserved rights, we are doing incredibly meaningful work, not only alongside the tribes that we serve, but in service of the integrity of our federal government's commitments. I also want to extend a special thank you to Chairwoman Frances Charles of the Lower Elwha Klallam Tribe for testifying before the committee earlier this year on this bill. Chairwoman Charles has spent her career protecting the Lower Elwha's culture, preserving their language, and ensuring that treaty-reserved hunting and fishing rights remain. It strengthens the restoration of the Elwha watershed, which is one of the most iconic examples of climate resilience and ecological recovery anywhere in the country. This bill recognizes that the Lower Elwha people have lived on and cared for this land since time immemorial. Transferring land into trust is one of the most impactful actions the United States can take to deliver on trust and treaty obligations. It is one of the clearest ways we can demonstrate respect for tribal sovereignty and return land to the stewardship of the people who know it best. This bill is straightforward and it is long overdue. It aligns our policies with our values and honors the community that has spent decades repairing the damage caused by a federal infrastructure that was built without tribal consent. As someone who has the honor of representing the Lower Elwha Klallam tribe, I'm proud to lead this legislation alongside Senators Cantwell and Murray. And I recognize the dedication of my predecessor, Representative Derek Kilmer, who championed this bill in past Congresses prior to his retirement last year. Chairwoman Charles' leadership has been essential to one of the most ambitious restoration projects in our country's history, the removal of the two dams on the Elwha River, the largest dam removal project of our nation's history at the time, and the healing of a river system that has been blocked for a century. Just this year, we celebrated an anniversary of the river being free, the return of the salmon through canoe journey, an endeavor in which tribal canoe families journey from around the Salish Sea and British Columbia to come to land, to celebrate, to commemorate their history, and to promise to preserve the land, water, and ecosystem for generations forward, 7 generations forward. This legislation is an important piece of that puzzle, transferring approximately 1,082 acres of federal land into trust for the Lower Elwha Clallam tribe. These lands, once tied to federal hydroelectric projects, lands acquired during the dam removal process, lands that include cultural sites, historic villages, and ecological areas directly connected to the tribe's stewardship of the Elwha River. Placing these lands into trust is not just a procedural act. It is a promise fulfilled, and it affirms the tribe's sovereign right to protect and manage sacred sites for generations to come. I urge my colleagues to join me in moving this bill forward so we can take the final step in returning these lands to the Lower Elwha people. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no request for time, and I'm prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2388 takes approximately 1,083 acres of National Park Service land into trust for the Lower Elwha Clallam tribe. I thank Ms. Randall for her work on this legislation. I urge the adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2388? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2389.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 244, H.R. 2389, bill to take certain land in the state of Washington into trust for the benefit of the Quinault Indian Tribe, Indian Nation, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crank, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2389, the bill now under consideration.
Objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2389, the Quinault Indian Nation Land Transfer Act, sponsored by Congresswoman Randall. H.R. 2389 would place approximately 72 acres of U.S. Forest Service land, known as Allotment 1157, into trust for the Quinault Indian Nation. The Quinault Nation is located on the western coast of Washington State in the southwestern corner of the Olympic Peninsula. In the Treaty of Olympia, or the Quinault Treaty, the Quinault Indian tribe ceded their lands and, in return, received tracts that became the Quinault Indian Reservation. The treaty was dismissed after the passage of the General Allotment Act, and the tribe's lands were separated into 2,340 80-acre allotments to individual tribe members. One of these individual tribal members' allotments was Allotment 1157, which was sold by the Indian allottee to a logging company for $60,000 in the 1960s. The logging company faced legal challenges by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in the early 1990s. And in 1996, the Trust for Public Lands purchased allotment 1157 and sold it to the U.S. Forest Service for $3 million. The Forest Service currently manages the land. The Quinault Indian Nation has attempted to reacquire ownership of the land, which sits on their reservation, for the benefit of their tribe. The tribe has the support of local stakeholders and the federal government and plans to use the land for heritage and cultural purposes. Gaming on these lands pursuant to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act would be prohibited. I support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of this bill, the Quinault Indian Nation Land Transfer Act. And I want to thank Chairman Westerman and Indian Insular Affairs Subcommittee Chairman Hurd for the opportunity to speak about another bill before us today, and for their thoughtful engagement with Tribal Council members and Tribal President Guy Capoman when he came before committee, and Quinault Business Committee member Tyson Johnson, who testified to the importance of this legislation earlier in this year. This bill, for me, represents the kind of tangible bipartisan work I believe that Congress should be doing every day, delivering real solutions, repairing historic injustices, and strengthening our relationships with sovereign tribal nations. Earlier this year, I reintroduced the Quinault Indian Nation Land Transfer Act in partnership with Senators Cantwell and Murray. And I want to recognize the leadership of my predecessor, Representative Jarrett Kilmer, who worked diligently on this legislation in past Congresses. This bill would return approximately 72 acres of land, as you heard, known as Allotment 1157, to the Quinault Indian Nation by placing it into trust with the Department of Interior. To understand why this matters, we have to understand the history. Allotment 1157 was once part of the original Quinault Reservation, land guaranteed to the nation under the Treaty of Olympia. But in 1928, during the era of forced allotment and fractioning, where ownership of tribal land was divided, the land was taken out of trust and ultimately lost to the tribe. It passed through private ownership to a timber company and decades later was acquired by the U.S. Forest Service. Through all those years, the Quinault people were cut off from land that held deep cultural and ecological value. Allotment 1157 includes some of the last remaining old-growth forest in the region, and it is a place where Quinault carvers once slid canoe hulls into the Salmon River, a place tied to traditional lifeways, to craft, to history. It is sacred land. Returning Allotment 1157 is not only historically justified, it is morally necessary. It restores the Quinault Nation land that was never meant to be taken. It reaffirms the United States trust responsibility and treaty obligations, and it allows the tribe to continue stewarding an ecosystem that they have cared for since time immemorial. The Quinault Nation plans to use this land as a place of education, a living museum where future generations can learn about their heritage, their connection to the Salmon River watershed, their responsibility to protect the land. This is self-determination in action. This is environmental stewardship in partnership with tribal leadership. And this is Congress fulfilling its promise. I'm proud to champion this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support its passage. Restoring Allotment 1157 is long overdue, and moving this legislation forward is a meaningful step towards justice. To my partners in this work, thank you. Your voices, your stories, they're essential as we work to uphold our commitments to tribal nations. And to the Natural Resources Committees, to committee members, thank you for giving this legislation the thoughtful attention that it deserves. I respectfully ask for your support, and thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and am prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2389 takes approximately 72 acres of U.S. Forest Service land into trust for the Quinault Indian Nation and adds the 72 acres to the contiguous land of the Quinault Indian Nation. This legislation supports tribal sovereignty, and it has the support of the tribe leaders and local stakeholders. I urge passage of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2389? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2290 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 240, H.R. 2290, a bill to provide that the memorial to commemorate the sacrifice and service of the women who worked on the home front to support the efforts of the United States military during World War II may be located on the National Mall and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crank, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on H.R. 2290, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2290, the World War II Women's Memorial Location Act, led by Representatives Dingell and Fulcher. During World War II, more than 18 million women stepped up to serve this country on the home front. While many Americans recognize the image of Rosie the Riveter, their work went far beyond the factory floor. My grandmother served as a Rosie the Riveter, stepping up to fight on the home front as well. Women became welders, code breakers, pilots, medical professionals, truck drivers, and community caretakers. Their contributions were essential to the Allied victory, supporting our troops overseas and redefining women's roles in American society. In 2023, Congress authorized the creation of a memorial to honor the women who worked on the home front during World War II. But under the Commemorative Works Act, placing that memorial on the National Mall or in the surrounding area requires an additional act of Congress. H.R. 2290 provides that authority, ensuring this memorial can be located in a place of national prominence alongside other monuments honoring wartime service and sacrifice. This bill is bipartisan and straightforward. It properly recognizes the contributions of millions of American women whose work was essential to victory in World War II. By authorizing this memorial to be placed on or near the National Mall, we affirm their legacy and ensure future generations will learn from their examples of patriotism, responsibility, and service. I encourage my colleagues to support H.R. 2290, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of Representative Dingell's H.R. 2290, the World War II Women's Memorial Location Act. This legislation, as you have heard, would ensure that the service and sacrifices of millions of American women are forever honored on the National Mall and not erased, as we have seen efforts to do over the course of this year. During World War II, over 18 million women stepped forward to serve on the home front, raising the number of women in the workforce to nearly 40% between 1940 and 1945. These women served in so many capacities: pilots, mechanics, electricians, engineers, coders, and countless other roles. Many of them served in my district at Naval Base Kitsap and the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard. Their contributions were the backbone to the war efforts, showing the country what women could achieve. Their work reshaped the American workforce and opened doors for future generations of women welders and scientists and service members. By authorizing the World War II Women's Memorial to be placed on or near the National Mall, we are ensuring that the legacy of these brave women will never be forgotten. I urge support for this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and am prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield such time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Michigan, the sponsor of the bill, Representative Dingell.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to share my strong support for H.R. 2290, the World War II Women's Memorial Location Act, which I did, as has been previously stated, introduced alongside my good friend, Mr. Russ Fulcher. And it authorizes the National Mall as the location for the memorial, commemorating the service and the sacrifice of the women who worked on the home front during World War II. This bill advances a decade-long effort to properly honor the more than 18 million trailblazing women who are now known and loved as the Rosie the Riveters. Our Rosies answered the call when our nation needed them the most, redefining the role of the American woman and opening the door wider for generations to come. During World War II, women went to work in record numbers, and yet they're all too often the untold story of the home front. At Ford Motor Company's Willow Run Bomber plant in Michigan, just as an example, women made up almost half of the workforce that turned out one complete B-24 Liberator bomber every 55 minutes. Many women worked in jobs that no one ever thought that they could do, such as riveters. And by the way, the Rosies taught me what a riveter was. I didn't realize what it was until I was by that plane, and I went, oh, that's what a riveter is. And they were welders, and they proved to themselves and the world that Americans can do it. I am blessed to have many Rosies in my life. I've gone to many 100, 102, 103 birthday parties, birthdays, because we're blessed to have a number of the original Rosies living in my area. They've inspired me. They tell me their stories. And on a cold Veterans Day this year, when the wind chill was 0 degrees, I stood outside with those strong, resilient women, every ounce of their intellect there, sharing the stories of what it meant to be a Rosie. This bill will take us one critical step closer to ensuring our Rosies receive the recognition they deserve. In 2022, Congress passed bipartisan legislation authorizing the establishment of a memorial dedicated to the Rosies. However, additional legislation is needed to permit the memorial to be located near the existing World War II memorial. They are part of that whole story. I'm proud to lead this bipartisan legislation and help complete the story of World War II in our nation's front yard. I urge my colleagues to support the World War II Women's Memorial Location Act, which was carefully crafted to respect the Commemorative Works Act process, honoring the legacies of our Rosies, and ensuring that the memorial may be located at a site near the current World War II memorial. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like my colleague mentioned, I recently had the chance to go to a 100th birthday of one of my constituents who was an original Rosie, Miss Jean Lillian Winther, whose story was part of the fabric of our country's history at a time when women were rarely seen in the shipbuilding trades. Jean stepped forward with courage and determination, taking up the torch, quite literally, She showed that women could excel as welders, as builders, as defenders of our nation's security, and, as I learned at her birthday, as excellent dancers on the decks of the aircraft carrier in between shifts. Her work on the Essex-class carriers was vital to our Navy's success, but her example reached even further. Jean blazed a trail for women who came after her, proving that skills and determination know no boundaries. Every woman who has picked up a welding torch or entered a shipyard since has walked a little easier because of women like Jean. I am so honored to support this legislation to make sure that we commemorate in a place of honor the women who helped shape our country and help shape the future of women in service and in the trades for years to come. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is about ensuring that the contributions of millions of women on the World War II home front are remembered, alongside other monuments in Washington, D.C. And this commemorates America's wartime service and sacrifice. H.R. 2290 guarantees that future generations will see their stories represented in a place of national prominence. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan measure and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2290 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2306 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2306, a bill to reauthorize the Adams Memorial Commission and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crank, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2306, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2306, the Adams Memorial Great American Heroes Act, led by my colleague, Representative Molinar of Michigan. Although our nation's capital contains towering and iconic tributes to many of our founding fathers, we still have no memorial for President Adams and his family. Their remarkable dynasty of public service gave America not one, but 2 presidents, a Secretary of State, an ambassador, an abolitionist, and one of our most accomplished First Ladies. John Adams was a chief architect of independence, our vice president, and our second president, whose lifelong correspondence with his chief political rival, Thomas Jefferson, stands as a shining example of the power of speech and shared principles. Abigail Adams was an early advocate for women's rights and shaped the second presidency through her letters and advice to her husband. Their son, John Quincy Adams, served as our 6th president and later was a fierce opponent of slavery in this very body, as the only former president to be elected to the House of Representatives. In 2001, Congress sought to finally cement the legacy of the Adams family in our nation's rich history by approving the creation of a memorial to the Adams family in Washington, D.C. In 2019, Congress further authorized the Adams Memorial Commission, a bipartisan panel comprised of members of Congress and presidential appointees, tasked with spearheading planning, raising private funds, and educating the public on the Adams family legacy of patriotism and civic duty. With the majority of commission members approved as of last year, the Commission has begun the site selection process for the memorial. Representative Molinar's bill extends the authorization of the Adams Memorial Commission until 2032, allowing its members to continue their work to create the first memorial in Washington, D.C., dedicated to honoring the Adams family. The bill would authorize a new site for the memorial just south of the White House, where John and Abigail Adams were the first presidential family to reside. During a legislative hearing in the Federal Lands Subcommittee, Jackie Gingrich Cushman, the chair of the Adams Memorial Commission, testified that, quote, the Adamses exemplified strength of character, belief in God, and the importance of family, education, and public service. John Adams and his family demonstrated that ideas, hard work, and determination can change an entire nation for the better. This memorial will inspire new generations of Americans by reigniting pride in our shared American values and our constitutional republic, end quote. This bipartisan bill will give our nation the opportunity to honor John Adams and his family with the memorial they deserve. As America approaches its 250th birthday, there's no better time to honor a family whose ideas and sacrifices helped build our nation and protect its principles for generations to come. I'd like to commend Representative Molinar for his leadership in this effort and take a moment to recognize the late Representative Jerry Connolly of Virginia, who we sadly lost earlier this year. Representative Connolly not only sat on the Adams Memorial Commission, but also was the main Democratic sponsor of this legislation and a champion for the Adams Family Memorial. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 2306, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2306, legislation introduced by my colleague from Michigan, Mr. Molinar. This bill would extend the authority for the Adams Memorial Commission and authorize a prominent location for the eventual memorial to commemorate the legacy and contributions of John Adams and the entire Adams family, including Abigail and their son, John Quincy Adams. It's been nearly a quarter century since Congress first authorized this memorial in 2001, and it's time to finish what we started. We're speaking of a family that didn't merely participate in the American experiment, but helped define it. Thomas Jefferson called John Adams the Colossus of Independence, and his thoughts on government frame the very Constitution we swear to uphold every day we report to work here in our nation's capital. Abigail Adams was an early beacon for women's rights, and John Quincy Adams fought the gag rule and slavery right here in the House. The contributions of the Adams family to the founding and development of our country are countless. Finally, because John Adams was the first to live in the White House, it's only fitting this memorial will be located nearby. We can only hope that the hard work, wisdom, and dedication of these American heroes rub off on the current and future residents of the White House. I want to thank Representative Molinar and all of the members of the Adams Memorial Commission for their dedication to this project. Hopefully, we'll all be able to visit the new memorial very soon. I urge support for this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Molinar.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also want to thank the gentleman for yielding and for his strong support, and also want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their work in this area. Today, I rise in support of H.R. 2306, the Adams Memorial Great American Heroes Act. This bipartisan legislation will extend the Adams Memorial Commission, which is tasked with establishing a national memorial honoring President John Adams, First Lady Abigail Adams, and their family for their leadership in shaping the early course of this nation. As we look to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, this bill celebrates a family pivotal to the foundation of this country. The United States would not be where it is today without multiple generations of Adams family members serving the country and working tirelessly to ensure its success. John Adams served as our first vice president and second president, with Abigail supporting him throughout as his most valued and trusted advisor. They were the first family to occupy the newly constructed White House, which this monument will be immediately adjacent to. Their son, John Quincy Adams, was America's 6th president, and so dedicated to this country that following his administration, he returned to the halls of this very building to continue his service as a member of Congress, arguing adamantly for the abolition of slavery. This memorial will educate generations to come about this historic family's role in our nation's founding and inspire all Americans to honor their principles of leadership, courage, and public service. I'm pleased to support the ongoing work that has brought the Adams Memorial closer to reality, ensuring that our nation's first leaders are remembered in a fitting and lasting way. I urge all my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. As a member of the Adams Memorial Commission, I rise in strong support of H.R. 2306, the Adams Memorial Great American Heroes Act. This legislation would extend until 2032 the existing authorization to build the Adams Memorial in the President's Park, dedicated to the contributions to our nation by John and Abigail Adams, John Quincy and Louisa Catherine Adams, Charles Francis Adams, and Henry Adams and their family. The exciting part of this is that while efforts have been made in the past, we have finally arrived upon what I think is a suitable location for this memorial. It's shown in this small rectangle here, not very far from the White House itself on the ellipse. And I think that is the key to the success of this effort, and I give great credit to the bill sponsor, John Molinar, and my other colleagues on the Adams Commission for making the effort and advocating that the Adams family receive the recognition, and the appropriateness of this memorial speaks to that as well. Mr. Speaker, during the 118th Congress, I was honored to be appointed to the Adams Memorial Commission by Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries. I'd also like to recognize and thank the Commission Chair, Jackie Cushman, who was essential to this whole process and really was a driving force in bringing all of us together, as well as Commissioner Major General Peter Cook and Commissioner Richard Houghton for their dedication to this effort. In addition, I'd also like to thank my fellow members of Congress on the Commission, Congressman Morgan Griffith of Virginia, and also the lead sponsor of this bill, Congressman John Molinar of Michigan. As others have also noted, our dear friend and colleague, the late Congressman Jerry Conley, also served on the Adams Commission until his passing earlier this year. And Jerry dedicated his life to serving his community and our nation and stood for what was fair and just, as did our former president and John Quincy Adams. Congressman Conley is deeply missed, and the remaining members of the commission greatly appreciate his work and the work of my Massachusetts delegation colleagues. First, Bill Delahunt, who we lost a couple of years ago and worked on this commission, and Congressman Bill Keating, who actually stood in Jerry Conley's place to join the commission and carry on the Representative Conley's legacy. As the gentleman from Colorado noted, this success of this endeavor is greatly aided by the designation of this particular site for the purpose of establishing this memorial. President John Adams was one of our most influential founding fathers, negotiating the Treaty of Paris that secured our independence from Britain. He was also a steadfast public servant who believed staunchly in the rule of law, defending British soldiers after the Boston Massacre, even when it was unpopular, and ensuring that the first peaceful transfer of power after his loss in the 1800 presidential election. His son, John Quincy Adams, was equally as devoted to public service, and I'm honored to hold the same seat in the House of Representatives that he once held after his presidency, where he made the fight against slavery one of his primary causes. And his advocacy for public education and the sciences is a legacy that I'm proud to continue. Mr. Speaker, this is the third attempt at this effort. It is a glaring oversight that on the eve of our 250th anniversary, there is still no memorial in our nation's capital honoring John Adams, John Quincy Adams, both presidents, and their family, and their leading role in shaping our country. This recognition is long overdue. In closing, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisles to support this act, and I thank you for the time and the courtesy, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Washington reserves, the gentleman from Colorado.
I have no further requests for time, Mr. Speaker, and I'm prepared to close. Continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves, the gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I urge support for this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just down the hall from this chamber, we get to take our constituents many times on a tour through Statuary Hall, and we see the desk location where John Quincy Adams served as president. Some of our founding fathers tolerated slavery. John Quincy Adams knew it for what it was, a stain on our soul, and worked so hard, dedicated his life to eliminating slavery. I can't help but think of the divine providence that allowed John Quincy Adams, for one term, to serve in the same chamber as Abraham Lincoln. And I think God smiled upon our nation when he did that, to pass the torch on to Abraham Lincoln and end that scourge for America and for mankind. Mr. Speaker, by reauthorizing the Adams Memorial Commission, H.R. 2306 would provide the time needed to thoroughly design, locate, and construct a memorial truly worthy of the Adams family's commitment to America. I once again would like to recognize Representative Molinar for his bipartisan commitment to honoring one of America's most accomplished founding families ahead of our nation's 250th birthday. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2306 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2916.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 307, H.R. 2916. A bill to authorize, ratify, and confirm the agreement of settlement and compromise to resolve the Akwesasne Mohawk land claim in the state of New York and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crank, and the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2916, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 2916 to authorize, ratify, and confirm the agreement of settlement and compromise to resolve the Akwesasne Mohawk land claim in the state of New York, introduced by the gentlewoman from New York, Congresswoman Stefanik. The St. Regis Mohawk tribe is located on the border of New York and Canada along the St. Lawrence River. Following the Revolutionary War, the 7 nations of Canada and the state of New York signed the 1796 treaty, which gave the tribe its reservation. In 1824 and 1825, New York acquired land from the tribe without the federal government's approval, violating the Non-Intercourse Act, which reserves to the United States the exclusive right to acquire Indian lands and prohibits conveyance without federal approval. After decades of court proceedings, a 2022 Northern District of New York ruling determined that the state of New York's 1825 purchase of land violated the Non-Intercourse Act. Mediation between the parties resumed and culminated in a settlement signed earlier this year. The settlement would return approximately 3,500 acres of land to reservation status and would allow the tribe to acquire up to 14,000 additional acres from willing sellers. Additional provisions in the settlement include waived tuition and mandatory fees for Akwesasne Mohawk students attending State University of New York institutions and preferred rate power from the New York Power Authority. The settlement requires no federal monetary contribution and clearly defines the reservation's boundaries. Negotiated settlements related to Indian land claims under the Non-Intercourse Act require congressional approval, and that is why we are here today. H.R. 2916 would authorize, ratify, and confirm the Akwesasne Mohawk Land Claim Settlement Agreement and bring final resolution to a long-standing claim. I urge support for this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 2916 would finalize a long-standing land claim in New York for the St. Regis Mohawk tribe by ratifying and confirming the agreement of settlement and compromise to resolve the Akwesasne Mohawk land claim in the state of New York. Under this settlement, the tribe will see 3,500 acres of land returned to the reservation status and have the opportunity to acquire up to 14,000 acres of land in the land claim areas. The settlement also provides the Akwesasne Mohawk students who attend State University of New York institutions free tuition and mandatory fees. In addition, the tribe will have the right to 9 megawatts of power at a preferred rate from the New York Power Authority and will receive $70 million from the Power Authority over 35 years. This legislation will finally resolve the Akwesasne land claim after 43 years of litigation and 11 years of negotiation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, the lead sponsor of this bill, Ms. Stefanik.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, Representative Crank. I rise in support of H.R. 2916, my bill to ratify the land claim settlement agreement between the St. Regis Mohawk Tribe, the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne, New York State, Franklin and St. Lawrence counties, the towns of Fort Covington and Bombay, and the New York Power Authority. For more than 40 years, the St. Regis Mohawk Tribe and the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne have worked diligently to resolve the Akwesasne land claim in northern New York in my district. The last decade has seen very focused efforts between the tribe, local and county officials, and our congressional office to realize this long-sought agreement dating back to the 1796 treaty with the Seven Nations of Canada. This historic settlement provides long-term certainty and remedies in terms of lands, land acquisition, payment of past property taxes, and will greatly benefit our North Country community. For the St. Regis Mohawk Tribe, today's action represents the resolution of a generations-long fight, and finalizing this settlement allows the tribe to restore portions of their homeland, strengthen self-governance, and expand economic opportunities for the North Country. Unfortunately, I was dismayed to watch the agreement sit on the governor's desk for over 6 months while she refused to review the documents, then push last-minute changes, leaving members of the St. Regis Mohawk Tribe and the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne, who worked alongside my office on this legislation, in limbo and long awaiting the culmination of over 40 years of their leadership's hard work. Our office worked swiftly and diligently to pass this out of committee, and I am proud to have gotten this across the finish line in the House and look forward to getting this legislation passed in the Senate and onto the President's desk for his signing. This moment is the culmination of the dedicated work by many past and present Mohawk leadership, elders, and community members from the Akwesasne, as well as county and local officials, and I am honored to pass this bill in Congress. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I urge support for this policy and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2916 gives the St. Regis Mohawk tribe clarity on their reservation land and resolves a centuries-old violation of the Non-Intercourse Act. This settlement is long overdue and widely agreed upon. It is up to Congress to take the final steps and authorize the settlement. I urge the passage of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 2916? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 573 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 342, H.R. 573. A bill to require the Council on Environmental Quality to publish an annual report on environmental reviews and causes of action based on alleged noncompliance with the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crank, and the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 573, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 573, which would consolidate prior NEPA data collection and reporting efforts into a single report published annually by the Council on Environmental Quality, or CEQ. This bill ensures that consistent, transparent permitting data is available and accessible to the public. It is well known that our permitting system is mired with substantial delays. Many of these issues stem from burdensome and lengthy environmental documents and lawsuits instigated by special interest groups. In past administrations, CEQ has published reports on NEPA litigation and environmental reviews. From 2001 to 2013, annual surveys recorded the defendant agency, plaintiff category, and case results showing that special interest groups, not individual citizens or communities, were responsible for the most NEPA cases. Although these CEQ studies provided useful data on the cumbersome review timelines and resource strains resulting from NEPA analysis, they have either been produced ad hoc or attention to their continued production has fallen by the wayside. Similar to CEQ's annual litigation surveys conducted between 2001 and 2013, the reports required by this bill would include information related to any NEPA-related civil action brought against an agency and would identify the lead federal agency, each plaintiff, and case outcome. This information will allow Congress to identify who is suing to block critical infrastructure projects and examine the end result of the litigation on the project itself. This bill would also build off the first Trump administration's NEPA reports conducted in 2020 by directing CEQ to review the page length of environmental impact statements and the timelines to complete such EISs with updates published annually. This information will give Congress better insight into whether agencies are respecting the NEPA deadlines and page limits created in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. I want to thank the lead sponsor of this legislation, Representative Yackham, for his hard work on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Representative Yackham's Studying NEPA's Impact on Projects Act. This legislation would direct agencies to submit to the Council on Environmental Quality an annual report on NEPA lawsuits filed, the basis for the legal claim, and the outcome if applicable. I believe these reports will show there are far fewer NEPA lawsuits holding up projects than my colleagues across the aisle sometimes argue about, but regardless, this will be good data for decision makers to have. The bill would also require reporting on the time it takes agencies to complete environmental impact statements and the number of pages of those analyses. The Council on Environmental Quality will then report annually on average lengths of time, page counts, and any directional trends. I appreciate the majority working with us to also include requirements for disaggregating reporting to show page limits and timelines pre- and post-passage of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. This law placed new limits on page counts and 2-year deadlines for environmental impact statements. It will be important for us to know if these new requirements are really working. Again, I support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Colorado. Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Yackham.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of my bipartisan bill, H.R. 573, the Studying NEPA's Impact on Projects Act, which I introduced with my good friend, Mr. Panetta from California. The National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, was passed in 1970 to look at the impacts of projects on the environment. After decades of abuse and misuse, NEPA has strayed far from its original purpose. Now, it's a 4-letter word, often weaponized to bury infrastructure, housing, energy, and other critical projects under a mound of paperwork and litigation. NEPA is more synonymous with red tape than a green light. One recent study found that energy products spend a median of 3 years from final agency approval to a final court decision, with some projects facing delays that last for decades. At various points in time, the White House Council on Environmental Quality, or CEQ, has compiled reports on lawsuits, paperworks, and delays associated with NEPA, but these efforts have mostly been ad hoc. This bill would formalize and consolidate these reports by requiring the CEQ to publish a single annual report detailing the burdens created by NEPA, including the volume of lawsuits, the length and complexity of environmental review and paperwork, and the cost of delays to taxpayers and project sponsors. This report, coupled with the efforts of the Trump administration and this Congress to rein in permitting burdens, will allow us to conduct oversight, ensure accountability, and identify areas of further reform. The consequences of NEPA are felt across this country, from manufacturing and construction in my district to critical forest management, mining, and housing projects. These delays impact our economy, but they also constrain our efforts to achieve energy dominance, to protect our national security, and to compete with China. This bill is an important step in our work to continue reforming the permitting process. It's time to get the government and unnecessary barriers out of the way of hardworking Americans who want to make America build again. I want to thank Chairman Westerman for his help in getting this bill to the floor, and to my friend Mr. Panetta for his partnership. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my colleague from California, Mr. Panetta.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Crank, Ms. Randall, I rise as a co-lead of the Studying NEPA's Impact on Projects Act. As we've heard, this is a bill that would require the Council on Environmental Quality to provide annual reports that evaluate the efficiency and effectiveness of the federal permitting process. I want to thank Representative Yackham for his leadership on this issue and really appreciate his willingness to work in a bipartisan fashion to fix our government's permitting process. It's a process that, as we know, can be bogged down, can be burdensome, can be brutally bureaucratic, leading to unnecessary delays that make it very difficult to increase affordable housing, improve our infrastructure, and advance important energy and transmission projects. People in California's 19th Congressional District, as well, I'm sure, people in the 2nd District of Indiana and communities all across the country have a great amount of concern and consternation as the permitting process is stunting their will and ability to reduce their carbon output, to solve the affordability process, and to decrease the damage from natural disasters. Requiring an annual report is a commonsensical and practical way to use evidence to find the issue, to fix the process, and affirm our energy and environmental values. It's a first step. We get that. But we know it's also a very big and impactful step, so that together we can implement our efforts to protect our planet, to increase clean energy options for our country, and to reduce costs for communities. I urge my colleagues to vote aye. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. Prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, the Studying NEPA's Impact on Projects Act will provide Congress with crucial information on NEPA litigation. It'll also provide transparency to help ensure that agencies comply with the Fiscal Responsibility Act's NEPA deadlines and page limits. I thank Mr. Yackham, Mr. Panetta for their work on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 573, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4503 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4503, a bill to improve environmental reviews and authorizations through the use of interactive, digital, and cloud-based platforms and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crank, and the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on H.R. 4503, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 4503, the E-Permit Act, which will establish a government-wide technology strategy to improve federal permitting processes and timelines. I'd like to thank my colleagues, Representative Johnson and Peters, for their strong bipartisan work on this legislation. Today's digital landscape for federal permitting is out of date, consisting of diverse and isolated systems spread across different federal agencies. Generally, these systems are not interoperable or sufficiently accessible for project sponsors or the general public. To address these issues, the Trump administration issued a memorandum titled Updating Permitting Technology for the 21st Century, and the Council on Environmental Quality, or CEQ, subsequently issued a Permitting Technology Action Plan. The plan sets the foundation for the seamless exchange of information between agencies, simplified interactions for applicants, and greater transparency and predictability on environmental review and permitting schedules for project sponsors and stakeholders. The E-Permit Act would codify key aspects of CEQ's action, their action plan, and provide federal agencies with direction on implementation of electronic permitting systems. It would also instruct CEQ to work with other agencies to establish a unified interagency data system for environmental permitting and integrate AI into agencies' permitting process. As the world increasingly adopts new technology solutions to boost productivity and improve project outcomes, the federal government must do the same or risk being left behind. The E-Permit Act takes a strong step in the right direction by modernizing federal permitting technology in a project-agnostic manner. Again, I thank my colleagues, Representative Johnson and Peters, for this common sense, bipartisan bill. I ask my colleagues to join me in support, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the E-Permit Act, sponsored by my colleague, Representative Dusty Johnson, and co-led by Representative Scott Peters. The E-Permit Act will help enhance and deploy technology to improve permitting processes all across the federal government. Perhaps more importantly, the bill is an example of what can be accomplished with a bipartisan approach to problem solving and good faith negotiations. The Fiscal Responsibility Act directed the Biden administration to study the possibility of improving digital tools for permitting. Representative Johnson and Peters partnered to turn those Biden administration recommendations into good legislation. The current administration has helped finalize the bill, and with further input from both Democrats and Republicans. Again, I strongly support this bill, and I hope to do more of this kind of important bipartisan work in the future. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from South Dakota, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Johnson.
The gentleman from South Dakota is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from Colorado. I'll admit to being pretty excited that the E-Permit Act is on the floor today. Now, not just because it's my bill, but because America needs this. For years, both parties have agreed that our permitting system is too slow, it's too complicated, and frankly, its story of America has been in no small part a history of big ideas and big projects. It's time for us to get back to that, for more housing, for more broadband, for more critical infrastructure that's going to power this American economy for decades to come. Too often in the last few years, our permitting process has stood in the way of that. Agencies, our federal agencies, I mean, here we are, the most technologically advanced nation in the world, arguably, and yet our agencies have been using decades-old, fragmented systems that simply were not built for the kind of scale and complexity that we see with modern projects. It's almost laughable. We've got modern agencies, we've got multiple agencies that will look at the same project using different data standards, using different approaches, different systems, and believe it or not, they're still trading old, outdated, mostly static PDFs. Now, perhaps not surprisingly, this creates confusion, delay, and a lack of transparency for project developers, for communities, for the public, and for our own federal agencies. Sometimes they don't even know with specificity what's going on at a particular stage in the process. The E-Permit Act, this bill, addresses those problems. Because of this bill, we will modernize and digitize our permitting process with uniform data standards and a unified permitting portal so that agencies can work together and so that the public and communities can see what is actually happening. Now, of course, as the gentlelady mentioned, we're not starting from scratch. I was involved when Congress recognized the importance of these digital solutions in the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023. And she's right, the Trump administration has prioritized this work, and we have worked with the administration to bring legislative clarity to that vision. Let's be honest. There are many parts of the siting and permitting process that Republicans and Democrats disagree on, but this is not one of them. A more efficient, a more transparent permitting system is bipartisan. Our diverse coalition of co-sponsors and supporting stakeholders shows just that. So I do want to thank Mr. Peters for being a good partner on this legislation. I want to thank Chairman Westerman and Ranking Member Huffman. The E-Permit Act is a win for builders, a win for transparency, a win for communities and the public, and a win for America's competitiveness. I urge my colleagues in joining us to let America build again. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd yield back.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentlelady from Washington.
I urge support of this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is an important piece of legislation. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4503? Those in favor say aye. Pardon me, H.R. 4503 as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it in the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5131 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 346, H.R. 5131. A bill to extend military land withdrawals in Alaska, New Mexico, and California for a period of 25 years, and to make technical corrections to descriptions for certain military land withdrawals and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crank, and the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 5131, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 5131, the Public Lands Military Readiness Act of 2025, sponsored by Representative Begich of Alaska. This is an important bill that ensures our military continues to have access to the lands they need to train, to test, and to remain ready to deter and defeat our nation's adversaries abroad. H.R. 5131 extends critical land withdrawals for an additional 25 years at Fort Greely and Fort Wainwright in Alaska, Fort Irwin in California, and the McGregor Range at Fort Bliss in New Mexico. These lands provide unique training environments, restricted airspace, and infrastructure that cannot be replicated elsewhere. They are essential for Arctic operations, brigade-level exercises, missile defense testing, and joint training with our allied forces. The importance of this legislation cannot be overstated. It is vital that we continue to allow the Army to use these unique areas. Fort Greely and Fort Wainwright in Alaska have the only Arctic training environments in this nation. Fort Irwin in California's Mojave Desert houses the National Training Center, the Army's premier site for brigade-level force-on-force training exercises. And finally, the McGregor Range in southern New Mexico supports Patriot missile live-fire exercises, aerial gunnery, and large-scale mobilization training. Without these vital training areas, we would risk losing our military strategic advantage over hostile foreign nations. I want to commend Representative Begich for his leadership on this effort. His bill provides long-term certainty to the U.S. Army so they can continue training and testing effectively as they prepare for the threats of tomorrow. By advancing this legislation, he's not only helping Alaska, but the entire nation by ensuring we have the most capable, prepared armed forces in the entire world. I'd also like to thank the U.S. Army for their continued service to our nation and for their collaboration on this effort. They strongly support this bill, and we were grateful to work alongside them to advance this legislation. This is a good bill. It strengthens the national security, provides certainty for our service members, and ensures America remains prepared to deter aggression and protect our interests around the world. This legislation also directly reflects the priorities set forth in President Trump's executive order on prioritizing military excellence and readiness, which reaffirmed America's commitment, the military superiority necessary to counter new and emerging threats. I thank Representative Begich for his hard work on this legislation, which helps our military. I urge my colleagues to support his bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 5131, legislation introduced by my colleague from Alaska, Mr. Begich. This important bill will extend the public land withdrawals for several military installations that operate on public lands in Alaska, California, and New Mexico. Our public lands do a lot, and as we have already discussed on the floor of the House today, they mean a lot to the American people. One critical function that many Americans may not know about is their role in supporting military training, readiness, and other strategic missions throughout the country. The use of these lands, as made possible by the extensions provided by this bill, are incredibly important to the U.S. Army and the Department of Defense. So I want to thank the majority for working with us in a bipartisan manner to ensure swift consideration of these provisions. A version of this language is expected to be included in this year's final version of the National Defense Authorization Act, which is expected to get a floor vote very soon. And this will ensure that critical operations at each of these installations proceed without interruption. Lastly, I want to thank Representative Begich for his work on this bill and urge swift passage. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Alaska, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Begich.
The gentleman from Alaska is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 5131, the Public Lands Military Readiness Act of 2025. This is a bipartisan, common-sense measure that ensures our armed forces retain access to some of the most essential training lands in the United States. For decades, public lands in Alaska, New Mexico, and California have been withdrawn for military use under statute. These withdrawals are not permanent, however. They must be renewed by Congress, and several of them are now scheduled to expire. If Congress fails to act, critical training areas at Fort Wainwright, Fort Greely in Alaska, the McGregor Range in New Mexico, and Fort Irwin in California would lose their legal status for military use. H.R. 5131 solves that problem by extending these withdrawals for 25 more years and making necessary technical corrections to land descriptions to ensure accuracy and proper management. In Alaska alone, this bill protects more than 850,000 acres of world-class training terrain used by the 11th Airborne Division, the Army's only Arctic designated division. These soldiers must train in extreme cold, remote, and challenging environments in order to be prepared for real-world missions in the high north. There is simply no substitute for the terrain and conditions Alaska provides. This legislation does not expand the military footprint or limit public access beyond what is already established. Importantly, this bill does not bypass environmental review. In fact, the military has engaged in robust consultation with tribes, local communities, conservation groups, and stakeholders across Alaska, New Mexico, and California. What this bill does is straightforward. It preserves readiness, strengthens national security, and upholds responsible stewardship of public lands, all while ensuring the continuity of training operations that our service members rely on to stay prepared and to stay safe. At a time when global threats are ever present, particularly in the Arctic, Congress must ensure our military can train as they fight. H.R. 5131 accomplishes exactly that. I want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their support, and I urge all members to join me in voting yes on this important legislation. Thank you, and with that, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge support of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I want to again thank Representative Begich for his leadership on the Public Lands Military Readiness Act of 2025. This bill ensures that our military's capabilities and readiness will remain strong as we move into the future. Before I close, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Armed Services.
Without objection.
I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 5131, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5131 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
Senate 616, an act to amend Title 36 United States Code to revise the federal charter for the foundation of the Federal Bar Association.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 323.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 323, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 80 Prospect Street in Avon, New York, as the Officer Anthony Mazurkowitz Memorial Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Avon, New York, for Officer Anthony Mazurkowitz. Officer Mazurkowitz served with the Rochester Police Department for 29 years. Officer Mazurkowitz was also an active member of the Rochester Police Locust Club for his entire career. Officer Mazurkowitz was tragically shot and killed while on duty while conducting surveillance duty. He is survived by his loving wife of 28 years, Lynn, 4 children and 3 grandchildren. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 323. Officer Anthony Mazurkowitz was born in 1967 and was a 29-year veteran of the Rochester Police Department. He received the Rochester Police Department's Life-Saving Award, Officer of the Month Award, 17 Excellent Police Service Awards, and 7 Unit Commendation Awards. Officer Mazurkowitz and his partner were shot while undercover investigating a double homicide. His sacrifice while serving in the line of duty deserves to be honored. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Officer Mazurkowitz by naming a post office in Avon, New York after him. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tinney.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Representative Gill and the minority member for yielding. I rise in strong support of my bill today, H.R. 323, to rename the post office in Avon, New York as the Officer Anthony Mazurkowitz Memorial Post Office Building. It is appropriate to name this post office after Anthony Mazurkowitz. A grateful community should always find ways to honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice in service. Officer Anthony Mazurkowitz, also known as Tony, was born on November 7, 1967 in Amsterdam, New York. Officer Mazurkowitz was a graduate of Avon High School and SUNY Brockport. Officer Mazurkowitz then began his law enforcement career in 1988 as a jail deputy with the Monroe County Sheriff's Department in Rochester, New York. In 1993, he joined the Rochester Police Department as a patrol officer, serving both Clinton and Goodman sections until he transferred to the Tactical Unit in 2002. During his distinguished career as an officer with the Rochester Police Department, Officer Mazurkowitz was the recipient of the Rochester Police Department's Life-Saving Award, Officer of the Month Award, 17 Excellent Police Service Awards, 7 Unit Commendation Awards, 32 Chief's Letters of Commendation, and the Good Conduct Award for 29 years of service without a sustained complaint. Beyond his duties as an officer with the Rochester Police Department, Officer Mazurkowitz was also an active member of the Rochester Police Locust Club, a very distinguished club for his entire 29-year career. This included serving as the tactical unit representative to the executive board for over 20 years, a member of the contract negotiations team, the scholarship committee, and the House committee. Officer Mazurkowitz devoted 29 years serving and protecting the Rochester community and was looking forward to a well-earned retirement to spend fishing, traveling, relaxing, and spending a lot of time with his wife Lynn and their family. On July 21st, 2022, Officer Mazurkowitz was tragically shot and killed while on duty while conducting a surveillance duty. As part of a murder investigation, Officer Mazurkowitz and another officer were in an unmarked police vehicle when the subject walked up from behind and fired 17 rounds. Officer Mazurkowitz is survived by his wife, Lynn, of 28 years, 4 children, 3 grandchildren, his parents, Francis and Rose Mazurkowitz, his brother, Frank, his sister, Lisa, many aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, cousins, and Anthony's very large and extended law enforcement family, and everyone in the community who knew him. Officer Mazurkowitz was an American hero who dedicated 35 years of service of his life to upholding justice and the rule of law until he was ruthlessly killed in the line of duty while serving our community. Renaming the Avon Post Office in his honor will not fill the profound hole left in our community and in the hearts of his beloved family, but it will serve as a lasting tribute to his honorable service and his very distinguished legacy. This tribute to Officer Mazurkowitz will inspire future generations and ensure that his courage, patriotism, and commitment to our community are never forgotten. I am grateful to my New York congressional colleagues for co-sponsoring this bill, and special thank you to Congressman Joe Morelli for co-leading this bill with me. I also want to thank Chairman Jim Comer, the ranking member in Emeritus Jerry Connolly, and ranking member Robert Garcia for their support in this Oversight Committee. And finally, I want to thank Speaker Mike Johnson, Majority Leader Steve Scalise, and Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, also from New York, for their help in getting this bill to the floor. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill to honor the life and service of Anthony Mazurkowitz and show our enduring support for all of our fallen law enforcement officers. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. We have no further speakers. I urge passage of H.R. 323 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for Officer Anthony Mazurkowitz, who gave his life in the line of duty. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 323? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1008.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1008, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 298 Route 292 in Holmes, New York, as the Sheriff Adrian Butch Anderson Post Office building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Holmes, New York for Sheriff Adrian Butch Anderson. Sheriff Anderson served Dutchess County for over 50 years as mayor of Paulding for 8 years and sheriff for 47 years. His numerous philanthropic efforts include his role as a board member of the Make-A-Wish Foundation of the Hudson Valley. He was also chairman of numerous organizations, including the American Heart Association, the March of Dimes, and Big Brothers and Big Sisters. Sheriff Anderson is survived by his wife, Danielle, and children. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1008. Sheriff Adrian Anderson was a 47-year veteran of Dutchess County Sheriff's Office. In 1983, he was elected mayor of Paulding and served as the village's mayor for 8 years. He received 5 combat crosses, which is awarded to officers who perform acts of heroism in their communities. Sheriff Anderson was an active member of many local organizations, as my colleague shared, serving as the board member of the Make-A-Wish Foundation of the Hudson Valley and chairman of the March of Dimes. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Sheriff Anderson by naming a post office in Holmes, New York after him. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I now recognize a colleague from New York, Mr. Lawler.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in strong support of legislation honoring a man whose life was defined by service, leadership, and an unwavering commitment to his community. Sheriff Adrian Butch Anderson dedicated more than 5 decades to public safety and public service in Dutchess County, New York. Sheriff Anderson's law enforcement career began in 1970 when he was appointed a deputy sheriff in the Dutchess County Sheriff's Department. He served in the Uniform Patrol Division and was promoted to detective in 1974. Then in 1983, he was elected mayor of the village of Paulding and served for 8 years. Sheriff Anderson was elected Dutchess County Sheriff in 1999 and served with honor until his untimely passing on September 29, 2021, during his 6th term. He also served as a member of the Dutchess County GOP Executive Committee and took on pivotal roles in New York State Sheriff's Association and chaired President Trump's New York campaign in 2016. Butch's commitment extended beyond law enforcement. He was actively involved with community organizations, including the Make-A-Wish Foundation of the Hudson Valley and the McElroy Children's Cancer Foundation. Sheriff Anderson lived a life marked by courage, integrity, and a genuine concern for the people he served. He believed in leading from the front, treating others with respect, and showing up for his community every single day. A close friend of longtime Paulding resident James Earl Jones, Sheriff Anderson's voice was a mixture of Darth Vader and John Wayne. He had a distinctive voice and presence, and he was a humble and gentle man. It is therefore my honor to announce this legislation designating the United States Postal Service facility located at 298 Route 292 in Holmes, New York, as the Sheriff Adrian Butch Anderson Post Office building. This legislation serves as a lasting tribute to a man whose service profoundly shaped Dutchess County for more than 5 decades. And I want to thank my good friend, Sheriff Anderson, for his service, his sacrifice, and his unwavering commitment to Dutchess County. His legacy will endure for generations to come. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues in the House to support this bill, naming a post office for a local civil servant, Sheriff Adrian Butch Anderson. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill 1008? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1009.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1009, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 86 Main Street in Haverstraw, New York, as the Paul Pipparado Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Haverstraw, New York, for Paul Pipparado. Paul served the county of Rockland for over 30 years, 15 of them as county clerk. He was responsible for numerous innovative services in the county clerk's office, and his passion for the people he worked with was evident in the quality of his work. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1009. Paul Piparato served as Rockland County Clerk since 2006. He brought strong government expertise that began in 1988 when he joined the county's finance department and later spent 16 years as Deputy County Clerk. During his tenure as County Clerk, he modernized the office by implementing a digital record system and introduced new user-friendly and novel features to its website and mobile services for the public. Piparato remained an active part of his community, serving various local organizations and youth programs. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Mr. Piparato by naming a post office in Haverstraw, New York after him. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in strong support of legislation honoring a man whose service and leadership left a lasting mark on Rockland County and the town of Haverstraw. Paul Piparato dedicated more than 3 decades of his life to public service, including 15 years as Rockland County Clerk, where his vision and commitment transformed county government for the better. He was revered and respected across party lines. As the Rockland County Clerk, he revolutionized the office, making it more accessible and efficient for the community he so dearly loved. His work extended beyond his official duties, touching lives through his involvement with numerous civic organizations, including Jowanio, People to People, and the ARC Rockland Foundation. During his tenure, he modernized county services by developing a cutting-edge computer imaging system, launching a 24/7 online records portal, and introducing e-filing and e-recording services that improved efficiency and accessibility for residents. His work ensured that government functioned not just effectively, but responsively, meeting people where they are. Paul created the highly successful Veteran Discount Program, Return the Favor, demonstrating his deep commitment to those who served our nation. His dedication to maintaining naturalization ceremonies for new citizens reflected his profound love for our community and country, bringing joy to those he welcomed as his fellow Americans. His legacy as a public servant made him a pillar of Haverstraw in Rockland County and continues to benefit residents every single day through the programs and systems he put in place. It is therefore my honor to help introduce this legislation to rename the United States Postal Service facility located at 86 Main Street in Haverstraw, New York, as the Paul Piparato Post Office Building. This designation is a meaningful appreciation for his hard work, his leadership, and his lifelong commitment to serving others. By renaming this post office, we ensure that future generations will know the name of Paul Piparato, not only as a county clerk, but as a visionary public servant who worked tirelessly to improve the lives of those he served. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage of H.R. 1009, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for a local public servant, Paul Piparato. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1009? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1830.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1830, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 840 Front Street in Castleton, North Dakota, as the Commander Delbert Olson Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Castleton, North Dakota for U.S. Navy Commander Delbert Austin Olson. Commander Olson entered the U.S. Navy from North Dakota and served in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. On January 11, 1968, he piloted a mission that took off from Thailand, and while descending into the target area, the aircraft crashed, killing Commander Olson. Commander Olson's remains were not recovered until 2001, and he has been memorialized on the Courts of the Missing at the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific. Commander Olson was married to his wife, Patricia, and had 2 children, Dana and Eric. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1830, the bill brought before the House by my fellow freshman and women's congressional softball teammate, Julie Fedorchuk, to honor Commander Delbert Austin Olson. He's a hometown hero of Castleton, North Dakota, who served in World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War as a member of the United States Navy. As part of Observation Squadron 67, while descending into a target area in Laos during the Vietnam War, his aircraft crashed on a remote mountainside on January 11, 1968, killing him and his crew. His remains were not identified until 2002 after being recovered the year before. He was finally laid to rest in Arlington National Cemetery in 2003 and received the Purple Heart and Navy Commendation Medal with Valor. The Senate unanimously passed a similar version of this bill during the last Congress. I urge my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Commander Olson by naming a post office in Castleton, North Dakota after him, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from North Dakota, Ms. Fedorchuk.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a true North Dakota hero from Castleton, North Dakota, Commander Delbert Austin Olson. Commander Olson, as my colleagues mentioned, answered the call of duty not once, not twice, but across 3 major conflicts: World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War. In Vietnam, he served with distinction, participating in some of the most dangerous missions of the war. He flew low over Ho Chi Minh Trail to gather intelligence that protected American service members on the ground. On January 11, 1968, Commander Olson and his crew were killed in action when their plane went down. His name is etched on the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall, and today we gather to take another step to make sure future generations know his story. My legislation will rename the Castleton Post Office as the Commander Delbert Austin Olson Post Office. This is a small way to show how much we value his sacrifice and to make sure his story lives on in the town he loved. North Dakota does not forget its heroes. Commander Olson's life reminds us of the quiet strength and devotion that defined the very best of this country. I'm proud to bring this bill forward, and I urge my colleagues to join me in honoring Commander Olson's remarkable service and sacrifice. I yield back.
Reserve
the
the
gentleman from
remainder
Texas
of my
reserve.
time. Yep.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge strong support for this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for Commander Olson, who made the ultimate sacrifice in service to a grateful nation. And I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1830? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass S. 2283.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2283, an act to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 201 West Oklahoma Avenue in Guthrie, Oklahoma, as the Oscar J. Upham Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Guthrie, Oklahoma for Oscar J. Upham. Oscar John Jefferson Upham was a private serving in the United States Marine Corps during the Boxer Rebellion and Spanish-American War, ultimately earning the Medal of Honor for his service in Peking, China in the summer of 1900. In addition to serving in the Marines, Mr. Upham worked as a letter carrier for the Guthrie Post Office for 40 years. He retired from the U.S. Postal Service and he died February 14, 1949 in Guthrie, Oklahoma, where many of his family still live today. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Bill of 2283. Oscar John Jefferson Upham served honorably in the U.S. Marine Corps from 1896 to 1901. He earned the Medal of Honor for his valiant actions during the Boxer Rebellion in Peking, China. He was also known for firing the opening shot from the USS Oregon at the Battle of Santiago Bay in 1898 during the Spanish-American War. After his military service, he continued his private life in Guthrie, Oklahoma, where he worked as a letter carrier for an impressive 40 years before his passing in 1949. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Oscar Upham by naming a post office in Guthrie, Oklahoma after him. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge strong support for this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for Oscar Upham, an American military hero. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass S2283? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2466.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2466, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 5225 Harrison Avenue in Rockford, Illinois, as a J.P. Larson Post Office building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Rockford, Illinois for J.P. Larson. Mr. Larson worked as a letter carrier for the U.S. Postal Service for 25 years, serving with enthusiasm and commitment, known for his joy and warm-heartedness. J. Larson was tragically killed in a mass stabbing spree in March 2024 while delivering the mail. Mr. Larson is survived by his mother, 7 siblings, 10 nieces and nephews, and many friends. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 2466. This is a bipartisan bill to rename a local Illinois post office after J. Larson, who served his community as a dedicated letter carrier. J. Larson was killed while doing his job, delivering mail to his community. As one of 4 people killed in attacks that took place last year in Rockford, Illinois. He gave more than 25 years of service to the United States Postal Service. I want to commend my colleague, Congressmember Sorensen, for advocating on behalf of his constituents and bringing this bill to the floor. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of J. Larson by naming a post office in Rockford, Illinois after him, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield such time as he shall consume to Congressman Sorensen from Illinois.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of my legislation, H.R. 2466, which will redesignate the Rockford Post Office on Harrison Avenue in honor of Jay Larson. I thank the chair and the ranking member for their support, and for my colleague on the other side of the aisle, Congressman Darren LaHood, for partnering with me in this effort. Jay Larson was born and raised in the same hometown as me. We're proud to have been from Rockford, Illinois. In fact, Jay was also proud to share the same high school as myself, Boylan Central Catholic High School. Jay served in our community as a letter carrier for 25 years. But here's the thing, he never took a sick day. Because delivering the mail was more than a job for Jay. Everyone who knew him told me of a man who was proud to take care of his neighbors, whether it be caring smiles or conversation, thoughtful gestures, and the occasional treat for his furry friends along the route. To his fellow letter carriers, Jay was well known for his willingness to lend a hand, often helping others with their routes after he finished his own. As one of those colleagues summed it up, quote, "He made everyone feel like you were the most important person in the world at that time." Jay's a definition of an exemplary public servant and a good neighbor. His last mail route was March 27th of 2024. Jay was killed in a senseless and violent attack while on the job. As we approach the 2-year anniversary of this tragedy, it is my hope that renaming the main Rockford Post Office in Jay's honor will offer a testament to his service while giving our city something else to be proud of. Jay Larson, worthy of this honor and worthy of our memory. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no further speakers, and I urge the passage of H.R. 2466 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for J.P. Larson, who served his community with distinction as a U.S. Postal Service letter carrier. I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2466? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1461.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1461, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 521 Thorn Street in Sewickley, Pennsylvania, as the Mary Elizabeth Betty Cole Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Sewickley, Pennsylvania for Mary Elizabeth Betty Cole. Mrs. Cole served as the Associate Director of Office Services, Director of the Mailing Department at Point Park College, local historian, and beloved member of her community. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1461. Betty Cole was a long-standing community leader in her home state of Pennsylvania. Born in Edgeworth on April 5th, 1923, she studied journalism and communications. Later, in 2000, she became known as the historian of Sewickley Valley's Black community. That year, she published Their Story, the history of Blacks, African Americans in Sewickley and Edgeworth, documenting an often overlooked part of the local community. Her book was published after 20 years of research, including more than 100 interviews. I want to commend my colleague, Congressman DeLuzio, for advocating on behalf of his constituents and bringing this bill to the floor. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Betty Cole by naming a post office in Pennsylvania after her. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Representative DeLuzio, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding, the gentleman from Texas for his support. I rise today to ask this chamber to honor and memorialize a beloved Western Pennsylvania community leader, local historian, and author by voting yes on House Resolution 1461. Mrs. Mary Elizabeth Cole, fondly called Betty by those who knew her and loved her, was born in Edgeworth, Pennsylvania on April 5th, 1923. She moved to nearby Sewickley in 1939, where she spent the rest of her life. She was a 1940 graduate of Sewickley High School, and shortly after graduation, she married and had 2 daughters who she raised and nurtured. Many years later, in 1988, she retired from Point Park College, now Point Park University, as the Associate Director of Office Services and the Director of the Mailing Department. And while she worked at Point Park, Mrs. Cole earned her Associate of Arts degree in Journalism and Communications. She was inducted into the Alpha Sigma Lambda, it's the National Honor Society for part-time students, as one of the 13 charter members of Point Park's Gamma Epsilon chapter, and she boasted at the time she was possibly and proudly the chapter's eldest member and nearly its only grandmother. She put what she learned at Point Park to work for the benefit of her community in the Quaker Valley and beyond. Mrs. Cole was passionate about the history of her family and the community in her hometowns. So for 20 years, she conducted countless hours of historical research, including interviewing more than 100 community members. In 2000, that work came to fruition with the publication of her book titled Their Story, History of Blacks and African Americans in Sewickley and Edgeworth. It was a one-of-a-kind documentation of a significant and often overlooked part of the Sewickley Valley community's history and heritage. Mrs. Cole passed away in 2016 at the age of 92, leaving behind a family and community proud of her contributions. I think those merit recognition. And what better way to memorialize Mrs. Cole and her work than by putting her name on the post office and the community she loved and chronicled. That history in Sewickley is a rich one, and she, Mrs. Betty Cole, is a key part of telling that shared story. The Sewickley Borough Post Office at 521 Thorn Street is a beautiful historical building. It became an even more meaningful historical marker for the community if it were renamed the Mary Elizabeth Betty Cole Post Office Building. H.R. 1461 was co-sponsored by the entire Pennsylvania congressional delegation, Democrats, Republican alike, and I thank my colleagues for their support, and I ask this chamber's yea vote on H.R. 1461, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no further speakers, and I urge the passage of H.R. 1461 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill, naming a post office for Mary Elizabeth Betty Cole, a local historian and beloved community member. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1461? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion consider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2175.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2175, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 130 South Patterson Avenue in Santa Barbara, California, as the Brigadier General Frederick R. Lopez Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Santa Barbara, California, for Brigadier General Frederick R. Lopez. Brigadier General Frederick Lopez served in the U.S. Marine Corps for 31 years, both in active duty and in the Marine Corps Reserve. As a result of his service, he has been awarded numerous decorations and medals. Beyond his military service, Lopez served 7 years for McDonnell Douglas Aircraft Company as a flight test engineer and 29 years for Raytheon as an electronic warfare engineer and director of engineering. Lopez has been an active member for his community, serving on the board of directors of the Pierre Claessens Veteran Foundation in Santa Barbara, and has served with the National Academy of Science and Engineering. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 2175. During his 31 years in the U.S. Marine Corps, Brigadier General Frederick R. Lopez was deployed to South Vietnam during the Vietnam War to lead infantry and sniper units, and later held leadership positions, including Deputy Commanding General for the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force. He earned numerous honors, including the Navy Distinguished Service Medal and Bronze Star with a Combat V, marking a distinguished military career. In addition to his military achievements, Brigadier General Lopez worked in aerospace and defense, served on national security boards, and remained actively engaged in veterans advocacy activities. I want to commend my colleague, Congressman Carbajal, for advocating on behalf of his constituents and bringing this bill to the floor. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Brigadier General Lopez by naming a post office in Santa Barbara, California, after him. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from the state of California, Representative Carbajal, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Representative Randall. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to encourage every member of this chamber to support this legislation honoring one of Santa Barbara County's own, Brigadier General Frederick R. Lopez. My bill would name the South Patterson Avenue Post Office in recognition of General Lopez's distinguished legacy of service and his dedication to our country, serving in the United States Marine Corps for over 30 years, both on active duty and in the reserve. General Lopez was born in Santa Barbara as the oldest of 6 siblings, and spent his childhood between the communities of Santa Barbara and Lompoc, later in Goleta. After graduating from Lompoc High School, he attended Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, where he earned a degree in mathematics. Upon graduation, General Lopez joined the United States Marine Corps in 1967. Soon after, he was deployed overseas for the Vietnam War, serving as an infantry rifle platoon commander and a regimental sniper platoon commander as well. His service earned him both a Bronze Star and a Combat Action Ribbon, as well as the respect of the Marines he served with. Over 30 years of service, General Lopez served in a number of critical leadership roles, including as a company commander of the the Air Naval Gunfire Liaison Company, commanding general for the 4th Marine Division, and deputy commanding general of the 1st Expeditionary Force. He is a distinguished graduate of the NATO Officers Joint Warfare Course, the Naval War College Strategy and Policy Course, and the Armed Forces War College National Security Course, the Senior Reserve Components Officer Course, and the U.S. Army War College, and 5 other professional military schools. Outside of his military service, General Lopez has been an active member of his community, serving on the board of directors of many organizations, including the Pierre Claessens Veterans Foundation in Santa Barbara. He has also been a member of the Military Order of the World Wars for over 20 years. He was elected the 90th National Commander-in-Chief for the MOWW in 2020 and serves as the local Colonel George C. Woosley Chapter Commander. General Lopez's service is beyond worthy of recognition by Congress. He represents the best of our service members, and his leadership will inspire others to continue in his footsteps for years and decades to come, serving our nation and the military families of the Central Coast. So again, I ask my colleagues to join me in recognizing and thanking General Lopez for his exemplary service to our country by passing my bill to name the South Patterson Avenue Post Office in his honor. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no further speakers, and I urge the passage of H.R. 2175 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for Brigadier General Frederick Lopez, a highly decorated U.S. Marine Corps veteran. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2175? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1372.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1372, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 300 Macedonia Lane in Knoxville, Tennessee, as the Reverend Harold Middlebrook Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, will each control 20 minutes. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Knoxville, Tennessee, for Reverend Harold Middlebrook. Reverend Middlebrook played a crucial role in the civil rights movement during the sanitation workers' strike in Memphis, and later founded the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Commemorative Commission in Knoxville. Reverend Middlebrook was president of the Bolivar Human Development Corporation, an advisor to the Hardeman County Biracial Commission, coordinator of the Hardeman County Political Action Commission, and an advisory board member of the Tennessee Public Services Commission. Reverend Middlebrook was a loving father to his 3 children, 2 of whom followed his footsteps to work in public service. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1372. And I will just offer that I think many members of the Oversight Committee were very interested to ensure that this bill made it in the package today, and so I'm glad to see it here. Reverend Harold Middlebrook was born in Memphis on July 4th, 1942, and was a civil rights activist, ordained minister, and leader in the community. Through his active involvement with the civil rights movement, he became friends and marched with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. on more than one occasion. Reverend Middlebrook secured the appearance of Dr. King for multiple strikes and also participated in multiple sit-ins in Atlanta while a minister at Ebenezer Baptist Church, where Dr. King held a pastorate. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Reverend Middlebrook by naming a post office in Knoxville, Tennessee after him. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the great gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of my dear friend and fellow East Tennessean, Reverend Harold Middlebrook. Reverend Middlebrook moved to East Tennessee, or my district, actually, in 1977. Of course, I was in the 7th grade then, so I don't guess technically it would be called my district. But he was the pastor of the Canaan Baptist Church of Christ. Before moving to Knoxville, Reverend Middlebrook played a crucial role in the civil rights movement. He's a close friend of Dr. King. He joined the Memphis sanitation workers' strike, and that was a labor and civil rights movement where sanitation workers protested unsafe working conditions and low wages. He was at the Lorraine Motel when Dr. King was assassinated, and in 1986 he did found the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Commemoration Commission in Knoxville. And I will say for the record, every time they do the parade, it is the coldest day of the year, just for the record. He was also president of the Bolivar Human Development Corporation, advisor of the Hardeman County Biracial Commission. He was a co-coordinator of the Hardeman County Political Action Commission. He was an advisory member to the Tennessee Public Service Commission. And beyond his leadership, Reverend Middlebrook is a loving father to 3 children, as I've stated earlier, 2 of whom followed in his footsteps to work in public service. Reverend Middlebrook spent his life befriending and mentoring folks in our community. Many friends of mine and myself have sought his counsel. And just for the record, Mr. Speaker, he has never voted for me. He is not a member of my political party, but we are still very good friends. And I think that's something that's missing in this country. When I was mayor of Knox County, I would always invite a bunch of young people from the office, and we'd go down to Calhoun's, and we'd all eat a bunch of barbecue. And I'd want those young people to understand that the civil rights movement was not something black and white on the History Channel. It was real life. People got their heads cracked, and people lost their lives. Dr. Middlebrook, I think he got arrested over 40 times during all that. He's an inspiration to me. And one other story, we were at an NAACP dinner one night, and they were asking everybody to sit at the head table, and I was mayor at the time, and they asked me to sit at that head table, and I noted that Dr. Middlebrook and his bride were not sitting at that head table, and I said, no, my wife and I will sit over here off to the side. I like to run with the ones that brought me to the table. And Dr. Middlebrook was one of those guys. And he believes in dignity for all. He's a testament to character and his faith in Jesus, and I'm proud to support this. Thank you.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no further speakers, and I urge strong support from all of our colleagues for H.R. 1372, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for an honored community member, Reverend Harold Middlebrook. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1372? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Here, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on the motions to suspend the rules, previous postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: Senate Bill 356 and H.R. 1676. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, to suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 356, on which the yeas and nays will be recorded. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 356, an act to extend the Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act of 2000.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 395. The nays are 4. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is on the table. On this vote, the yeas are 399, the nays are 5. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. And without objection, the motion is considered and laid on the table. The bill is passed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crank, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1676 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 238, H.R. 1676, a bill to require the Pittman-Robertson Wildlife Restoration Act to require the Secretary of the Interior to approve the Wildlife Conservation and Restoration Program of a state within a certain period of time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members are to record the vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 400, the nays are zero, recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Of House Resolution 308.
Gentlemen, suspend. This is not in order. Why does this microphone keep going off? Please take your conversations off the floor. The House is not in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Resolution 308 and ask unanimous consent for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar number 16, House Resolution 308, resolution dismissing the election contest relating to the office of representative from the 14th Congressional District of Florida.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Resolution 309 and ask unanimous consent for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar number 17, House Resolution 309, resolution dismissing the election contest relating to the office of representative from the 28th Congressional District of Texas.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Resolution 310 and ask unanimous consent for its immediate consideration in the House.
Report the resolution.
House Calendar number 18, House Resolution 310. Resolved that the election contest relating to the office of representative from the at-large Congressional District of Alaska is dismissed on the grounds that under Section 2.1 of the Federal Contested Election Act, 2 U.S.C. 3811, the House of Representatives has jurisdiction over official, general, and special elections to choose a representative in or delegate or resident commissioner to the Congress, but does not have jurisdiction over a primary election or a caucus or convention of a political party.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Resolution 311 and ask unanimous consent for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar number 19, House Resolution 311, resolved that the election contest relating to the office of representative from the 13th Congressional District of Texas is dismissed on the grounds of untimely filing with the House of Representatives.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Resolution 312 and ask unanimous consent for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar number 20, House Resolution 312, resolved that the election contest filed on January 9th, 2025, relating to the office of representative from the 14th Congressional District of Florida is dismissed on the grounds of untimely filing with the House of Representatives.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the memory of Representative Carolyn Cheeks Kilpatrick, a devoted public servant to Michigan for decades. Congresswoman Kilpatrick began her career as a public school teacher in Detroit before being elected to the Michigan House of Representatives, where she became the first Black woman to serve on the powerful Appropriations Committee. She would serve nearly 20 years in the State House before being elected to the United States Congress, where she also served on the House Appropriations Committee. She was chair of the Congressional Black Caucus and cared deeply about mentoring and empowering the next generation of leaders. And members of the Black Caucus have joined the bipartisan Michigan delegation to honor her memory tonight. Over her 14 years in the House, she fought for much-needed federal funding to revitalize Southeast Michigan when it needed it the most. Her work helped bring Detroit back from the verge of bankruptcy and grow into the flourishing city it is today. She secured money for education, infrastructure, medical services, and other much-needed investments. Our beautiful, clean riverfront is just one permanent reminder of her impact on our community. We are thankful for her lifetime of service to our state, and I now yield to the Dean of the Michigan Delegation, Representative Tim Walberg.
I thank the gentlelady, and Mr. Speaker, I too rise today on behalf of all Michiganders to honor the life and legacy of a former member of the Michigan delegation, Congresswoman Carolyn Cheeks Kilpatrick, who unfortunately passed away in early October. Carolyn Cheeks Kilpatrick's journey began in the classrooms, as it's been mentioned, of Detroit, where she worked as a dedicated teacher that was committed to the task of all of her children. That early calling to uplift young minds and invest in their future shaped the course of her life. I was fortunate to serve with the former Congresswoman, both in the Michigan State Legislature, where I served on Appropriations Committee with her, and in fact, during that one term in office that was historic when there were equal number of Republicans and Democrats, we shared the chairmanship of the Transportation Subcommittee together. And I found out what it was to work in concert in a bipartisan way for the good of a state with a lady who was willing to work together. She showed firsthand how committed she was to serving our community, regardless of what community, and advocating for education and opportunity for working families. Carolyn Cheeks Kilpatrick inspired countless others by leading with integrity, resilience, and devotion, and also strength. Today we mourn her passing, but also honor the lasting mark she left on this nation and on this body. Mr. Speaker, I ask for all of us to join in a moment of silence and honor for Carolyn Cheeks Kilpatrick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2C of Rule 15, I rise to provide notice of my intent to offer a motion to discharge the Committee on Rules from the further consideration of H. Res. 432.
Did the gentleman sign the petition?
I did, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Clause 2C of Rule 15, a motion to discharge is privileged only at a time designated by the Speaker within 2 legislative days after the intent to offer such motion is offered. The Chair will entertain the gentleman's motion at that time. The Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Elliot Abrams for 42 years of dedicated service to the residents of Patton Township, Pennsylvania. Elliot was first elected Township Supervisor in 1980. After service on both the Patton Township Sign and Review Board and the Planning Commission. Elliot has a long history of service to Patton Township and to the entire Center region. For more than 50 years, Elliot delivered the weather report as Chief Forecaster and Senior Vice President of AccuWeather. He was first hired at AccuWeather in 1967. In 1971, Elliot graduated from Penn State University with both a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in meteorology. Elliot holds the title Certified Consulting Meteorologist and the AMS Seal of Approval for both radio and television from the American Meteorological Society. He is one of only a few living individuals to earn this distinction. Mr. Speaker, Elliot has dedicated his life and service to the Center region, both on and off air, and he will formally retire from the Patton Township Board of Supervisors at the end of this year, and I wish him all the best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the charitable work in Yonkers during this holiday season of Operation Santa Claus, raising money to support organizations that work directly with individuals, especially children with developmental disabilities. The funds raised provide essential services, support, and adaptive equipment during the holidays and throughout the year ahead. The annual event fundraising is a breakfast to be held this Sunday, December 14th at Castle Royale in Yonkers. Former State Senator Nick Spano is the chairman, with Tom Meyer and Gail Burns as co-chairs. We salute their good work and the individuals and groups honored at this year's breakfast, including Dr. Iyad Anabi, receiving a Lifetime Achievement Award. Congratulations to all involved. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight a remarkable act of kindness happening right here in the state of Georgia. Georgia Tech faculty and staff opened their homes to students who could not travel home for Thanksgiving. Through a program called Home for the Holidays, students were welcomed like family. Many of these students are international, far from home, and experiencing an American Thanksgiving for the first time. Faculty members cooked meals, shared traditions, and offered community to those who needed it most. This is the very best example of what it means to look out for one another. It shows that a university is more than classrooms and textbooks. It is a community. These volunteers gave students comfort, belonging, and memories that will last a lifetime. Their generosity reflects the values we cherish in Georgia: hospitality, kindness, and service to others. Mr. Speaker, I commend Georgia Tech faculty and staff for making Thanksgiving feel like home for every student. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm here today not just as the representative for Oregon's 5th District, but as a mom getting ready for the holidays. And let me tell you, costs are out of control. Every time I go to make a purchase, these companies keep charging me fee after fee after fee. So whether it's booking travel for my son to come home for the holidays or buying tickets for my daughter as a Christmas gift, these fees are driving up the cost of everything. You get to the checkout page and suddenly the price feels like it's 40% higher. There's payment processing fees for a flight, venue fees for a concert, airport concession fees for a rental car, or service charges on just about everything. And I have had it with these junk fees, and I've heard from so many of others that they have too. Americans deserve transparency, not bait and switch pricing models. That's why I introduced the Junk Fee Prevention Act. It's past time that we get corporate greed under control and protect American families. So I'm calling on the House to get it done for the holidays. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to congratulate both the Corner Canyon and the Lone Peak High School football teams who recently faced off in the Utah 6A State Championship. Their matchup showcased exactly what Utah embodies: determination, grit, and exceptional spirit. Corner Canyon emerged victorious, securing their 6th state title in the past 8 years and their 3rd straight championship. This championship capped a phenomenal season where they finished with a record 12-1 and boasted one of the highest scoring offenses in the nation. Their success reflects the leadership of head coach Eric Kerr, who instilled in these men values of dedication, perseverance, and hard work. I hope you all join me in wishing them good luck as they play in the first ever overtime national championship against St. Francis Academy. I would also like to congratulate Lone Peak High School and their head coach, Bart Brockbank. Despite their loss in the championship, they played admirably throughout the entire season, even giving Corner Canyon their only loss of the season back in September. Congratulations to the teams, the coaches, and the schools. You certainly make Utah proud. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, vaccines are one of mankind's greatest inventions. In the last 50 years, the World Health Organization's global vaccine efforts have saved 154 million lives. Every single person alive today owes something to that progress. Yet last week, RFK Jr. and his panel of anti-science, cherry-picked cronies recommended ending the decades-long practice of immediately vaccinating all newborns against Hep C. This will lead to more disease, cancer, and preventable deaths. It will increase healthcare costs. I am calling on Acting CDC Director O'Neill to reject this recommendation and protect our children. I continue to call on RFK Jr. to resign. His time at HHS has been an embarrassment and has caused deep harm to our country. To lead our nation's health system, you must rely on facts and data, not conspiracy and ego. I will continue to stand with the Democratic Doctors Caucus, fighting against RFK Jr.'s rejection of science and data. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the 2025 Southeastern Conference champions, my alma mater, the University of Georgia Bulldogs. Last Saturday, the Dogs beat the Alabama Crimson Tide in dominant fashion. With a final score of 28-7, the win marks UGA's 16th SEC championship victory and the first back-to-back SEC title since the 1980s. Congratulations to all the talented young men who put their everything into the game, especially to the 9th District's own quarterback and SEC championship game MVP, Gunnar Stockton from Rabun County. I also want to recognize the other incredibly talented Dogs from Georgia's 9th District who helped clinch yet another SEC title. Well done to the City of Buford's K.J. Bolden and the City of Suwannee's London Seymour. Congratulations to the entire University of Georgia football team and coaching staff, led by the legendary head coach, Kirby Smart. Now let's bring home yet another national championship. Go Dogs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair lays before the House the following personal request.
Leave of absence requested for Mr. Miller of Ohio for December 10th, 2025.
Without objection, the request is granted. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next, at this time, I would like to yield to the gentlelady from Oregon for her statements that she may have as much time as she might want to consume.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of a free Iran and in solidarity with the women that are leading that fight. These women are asking for basic human dignity, the right to live without fear, to speak freely, and to make decisions about their own lives. For too long, they have been silenced, imprisoned, and even killed for demanding those very freedoms. But they still courageously protest and persist. They're fighting not just for themselves, but for their daughters and their families so the next generation can grow up with hope instead of fear and opportunities instead of oppression. In America, we believe freedom should not depend on your gender, your religion, or where you were born. No government should be able to control a woman's body or take away her voice or determine her future, not here nor in Iran. And in Oregon, where thousands of families with Iranian roots have built their lives, we understand that their fight for freedom is not distant. It lives right here in our own communities. The people of Iran deserve a future without fear, a future with free speech, free assembly, and the right to choose their own leaders and their own path. I stand with the women of Iran, I stand with their courage, and I will continue fighting for a future where every person in Iran can live free, speak freely, and dream without fear. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady is back, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for letting us do this. I want to say that tonight I rise to speak as we continue to examine what is unfolding before us. It's important to remember that the fight for the Iranian people is not some distant, unfamiliar struggle. You know, in many ways, it echoes the very heartbeat of our very own American story. Long before America became the beacon of liberty it is today, we were a people under the heavy hand of those who believed power belonged to rulers, not citizens. Our founders knew that what it meant to challenge an authority that refused to listen. They understood what it meant to stand up too often alone and declare that sovereignty belongs to the people. They risked their livelihoods, Mr. Speaker, their reputation, their families. They risked everything so that future generations might inherit a nation grounded in rights, not repression, but grounded in freedom. And Mr. Speaker, that spirit is alive today in the streets of Tehran, Shiraz, Isfahan, and more than 1,000 towns and villages across Iran. We often talk about the American Revolution, but we rarely pause to recognize what it really was. A movement of ordinary people who refused to accept that their destiny would be decided for them by somebody else. They believed they had a God-given right to shape their future, and that is precisely what the people of Iran believe today. The parallel runs deeper than we sometimes see. When America endured the Great Depression, it was a time of doubt, fear, and uncertainty. But leaders like Franklin and Roosevelt reminded the American people that despair is never destiny. Let me repeat that. Despair is never destiny. He told them that courage, unity, and faith could rebuild an entire nation from the brink of ruin. Mr. Speaker, today, the Iranian people are living through their own era of hardship, economic collapse, political oppression, and constant fear, yet they continue to stand, continue to march, continue to hope. When the free world faced aggression in the 20th century, voices like Winston Churchill refused to surrender to hopelessness. He spoke truth when others stayed silent. He strengthened resolve when others faltered. He understood that a single courageous leader, speaking plainly, boldly, and without apology, could ignite the moral energy of millions. We're seeing that in Madin Rajavi right now, and I'll talk more about that in just a minute. The same need exists today for the Iranian people. Leaders like her who speak truth and nations that stand firmly with her and behind her. And perhaps the strongest parallel of all comes from our own civil rights movement, a time when America confronted its deepest flaws and yet emerged stronger, more just, and more faithful to its founding ideals. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, and I quote, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice," end quote. That arc bends when brave people stand up. It bends when people refuse to be silenced. And it bends when free nations lend their voice to those who have been denied one. Mr. Speaker, that's what we're witnessing in Iran today. A movement not controlled by foreign powers, not directed by political elites, but born from, quote, unquote, the ordinary people of Iran who simply want the dignity God intended for them. And let me say this plainly. The return of sovereignty in Iran will come from the Iranian people themselves. They will write their own destiny. They will determine their own future. America must stand with them, not to orchestrate their path, but to affirm it, not to impose our own will, but to support their right to express theirs. That's why I'm behind Miriam Rajavi, because we know from our own history that when people rise for freedom, the greatest thing the free world can do is stand beside them. She's got a 10-point plan, Mr. Speaker. Let me just read that 10-point plan. Number one, rejection of the Velafati absolute cleric rule. Affirmation of the people's sovereignty in a republic founded on universal suffrage as well as pluralism. Number two, freedom of speech of political parties, freedom of assembly, freedom of the press and the internet, dissolution and disbanding of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, the terrorist Quds Force, plainclothes groups, the unpopular Bajis, the Ministry of Intelligence, Council of the Cultural Revolution, and all suppressive patrols and institutions in cities, villages, schools, universities, offices, and factories. Mr. Speaker, we heard the gentlelady from Oregon say a while ago about women getting their rights, girls getting their rights. Madam Rajavi is fighting for the rights of women, for girls, and for men too, by the way. Number three, the 10-point plan is a commitment to individual and social freedoms and rights in accordance with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Disbanding all agencies in charge of censorship and inquisition. Seeking justice for massacred political prisoners, prohibition of torture, and the abolishment of the death penalty. Number four of the 10-point plan, separation of religion and state and freedom of religions and faiths. Number five, complete gender equality in the realms of political, social, cultural, and economic rights, as well as equal participation of women in political leadership, Mr. Speaker. Abolishment of any form of discrimination. The right to choose one's own clothing. Figure that out, how simple that should be. The right to choose one's own clothing freely. The right to freely marry and divorce. And to obtain education and employment. Prohibition of all forms of exploitation against women under any pretext. Number six, an independent judiciary and legal system consistent with international standards based on a presumption of innocence, Mr. Speaker, the right to defense counsel, the right of appeal, the right to be tried in a public court, full independence of judges, abolishment of the Mullah Sharia law, and dissolution of the Islamic Revolutionary Courts. Number seven, autonomy for and the removal of double injustices against Iranian nationalities and ethnicities consistent with the NCRI's plan for the autonomy of Iranian Kurdistan. Number eight, justice and equal opportunities in the realms of employment and entrepreneurship for all of the people of Iran in a free market economy. Restoration of the rights of blue-collar workers, farmers, nurses, white-collar workers, teachers, and retirees. Number 9, protection and rehabilitation of the environment, which has been absolutely massacred under the mullahs. And then finally, number 10 of her 10-point plan, a non-nuclear Iran that is also devoid of weapons of mass destruction. Peace, coexistence, and international and regional cooperation. Mr. Speaker, I can't say it any better than what Maryam Rajabi has said. This matters for even our security. It matters for regional stability, absolutely. But most importantly, it matters because America has always believed that human liberty is not a Western idea, not an American idea. It's a universal truth. A sovereign Iran built by its people, powered by its people, and accountable to its people would be a force for stability, not chaos. It would be a force for prosperity, not destruction, a force for hope, not despair. The stories of the Iranian people today sound strikingly similar to the stories of the American people throughout our history. Resilient, courageous, unwilling to surrender to tyranny, determined to leave a better world for their children. Mr. Speaker, history shows us this. When people demand sovereignty and the free world supports them, the world changes. It happened in 1776. It happened throughout Europe in the darkest days of the 20th century. It happened in the movements for justice and equality on our own soil, and it can happen again for the people of Iran. Mr. Speaker, that's our prayer, that's our thought for today, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today it is with great honor that I rise for the 3rd week in a row to anchor the Congressional Black Caucus's Special Order Hour, telling stories of people who stand to lose their health insurance if Congress does not act in 22 days. 22 days, Mr. Speaker. We have 22 days to prevent at least 5 million people from losing their health insurance. And for the past 3 weeks, the Congressional Black Caucus has brought stories of the 22 million people who will see their health insurance premiums double or even triple, and for some spike beyond their ability to pay when enhanced premium tax credits expire in 22 days. And an estimated 5 million people lose their health insurance because they can't afford these new premiums. The Congressional Black Caucus has told stories of people concerned they will be among those 5 million. I have good news, Mr. Speaker. This Thursday, the Senate will have 2 competing plans on the floor for a vote. Yet Speaker Johnson still has not committed to allowing a vote on the floor in this body. Leader Jeffries has a discharge petition open right now to extend the tax credits, and we just need 4 Republicans to join us in signing it. So House Democrats have come forward with a plan. Senate Democrats have come forward with a plan. Senate Republicans have come forward with a plan. The administration still doesn't seem to have a concept of a plan. But we have 22 days where the American people are expecting us to act. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin this special order hour by yielding to the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Chair Yvette Clarke of New York.
I thank the gentlelady from Virginia for her hard work and dedication in anchoring the special order hour of the Congressional Black Caucus for 3 consecutive weeks, as she is rightly stated, and we're so proud of the work that she is doing to uplift the stories of people across this nation who are standing on the edge of what could be catastrophic in terms of health care. Mr. Speaker, good evening. I am Representative Yvette D. Clark, Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, proudly representing New York's 9th Congressional District, which is located in central and southwest Brooklyn. I want to thank my colleague once again, Congresswoman Jennifer McClellan, for anchoring this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour. I rise tonight, Mr. Speaker, with my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus to bring awareness to the fast approaching ACA tax credit funding deadline, and to give voice to everyday Americans who will be harmed by the Republican-led healthcare crisis. The enhanced ACA tax credits are set to expire on December 31st unless congressional Republicans join Democrats to extend them. In a few short weeks, millions of Americans will be forced to pay astronomical prices for their health insurance. Many will lose coverage altogether because they will not be able to afford it. I want to share the story of a constituent who lives in my district in Brooklyn, a woman who wants to work, who does work, and who contributes to her community every single day. Denise of Prospect Lefferts Gardens is self-employed. She's a graphic designer. She also lives with lupus, a serious autoimmune condition that requires consistent care and access to specialists. The only reason she's been able to stay in the workforce is because of the Affordable Care Act, and specifically the enhanced premium tax credits that have made quality health insurance something she could actually afford. Those credits lowered her monthly premium enough that she could manage her health, pay her rent, and keep her small business going. But now, she's being told that if these enhanced credits expire, her premium could double. When she found out that her health care costs could become unaffordable, she said, and I quote, "The only reason I can work at all is because I can manage my lupus with regular care. I can't pay New York City rent, pay those premiums, and keep my business going. It feels like Congress is telling disabled people, don't work, go back on full benefits," end quote. Mr. Speaker, doubling someone's premium doesn't just strain a budget, it changes a life. It forces people to give up work. It pushes people with disabilities out of the workforce. It tells them that independence is a luxury that they can't afford. My constituent does not want to stop working. She does not want to give up. But if Congress allows these credits to expire, we are effectively telling her, and millions like her, that staying insured and staying employed are no longer compatible choices. That is wrong, and it is within our power to prevent it. All 214 Democrats have signed a discharge petition that will extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for 3 years. All we need are 4 Republicans who are willing to join us in protecting our nation's health care. Allowing these tax credits to expire is indeed a choice, and it is the wrong choice. Our communities are counting on us to do the right thing and put their needs over politics. It's people over politics. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back to the gentlelady from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank our chair for her tireless efforts to fight for our constituents who have found their health care costs going up along with the cost of everything else. I now want to yield to the chair, the former chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, the gentlewoman from Ohio's 3rd District, Representative Joyce Beatty.
Mr. Speaker, let me first say thank you to my colleague from Virginia, Congresswoman Jennifer McClellan, for yielding to me and for leading this special order hour. And I want to also thank our chairwoman, Congresswoman Yvette Clarke from Brooklyn, New York. You heard her as she came to the floor, Mr. Speaker, sharing with us the value, the importance of why we are here tonight. And as you have also heard, not just tonight, but for weeks we have come to this floor. And Mr. Speaker, the question you should ask yourself is, why are we here? Why are we standing here and telling these stories? Stories that I am sure people in your district and your colleagues have heard also. Well, we come tonight because we want America to know how important our work is. But more importantly, we want America to know that Democrats are standing up for them. We are united in this single cause because it is our top priority. And tonight, we share the stories of our constituents. We do it as a reminder that others turn away from the struggle. But the Congressional Black Caucus leans in, standing in the gap for families who can't afford for Congress to look the other direction. Mr. Speaker, I rise to share the human cost of allowing the Affordable Care Act health care tax credits to expire. I rise on behalf of the families of the 3rd Congressional District that I serve in the great state of Ohio. I rise on behalf of the families across this nation. I rise on behalf of the 18+ million Black Americans that the members of the Congressional Black Caucus serve. And yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the 82 million Americans that the Congressional Black Caucus serves. Families, Mr. Speaker, who sit at the kitchen table late at night, wondering which bill they can pay and which bill must wait. If Congress fails to act, 35,000 people in my district will see their health care costs rise. Let me just give you an example. For a 60-year-old couple earning $85,600, annual premiums will rise by almost 300%. Unthinkable. And 15,000 people in my district will lose their health care altogether because Republicans' refusal to extend the tax credits. And 48% of the ACA marketplace consumers are small businesses. And I have heard colleagues on both sides of the aisle talk about it is the small business owners who are the economic engines of making this America work, the backbone of communities, communities like my community in the 3rd Congressional District. If I would go back and remind you, Mr. Speaker, and all those who are listening, it was the Democrats with our American Rescue Plan that expanded the promise of Affordable Care Act to make health care more affordable. I could take you back to 1965, Mr. Speaker, when then, too, we were dealing with health care. And it was the government body that came up with Medicaid and Medicare to make sure that we protected the American people and provided not just for the wealthy, but for all, for the least of us. And tonight, I want to put a face on it, Mr. Speaker. I want to lift up 2 Ohioans who put names to these numbers. You see, it is not about the politics, as our chairwoman said. It's about people. It's about everyday people. So let me tell you the story of Tracy, a small business owner, who wrote that her family's premiums have tripled. Before the tax credit, they were paying over $1,000 a month just to stay insured. With 2 children in college, she wrote, "Our family relies on these subsidies just to support our students and pay our bills. We don't live extravagantly. Please, Congresswoman, keep fighting for us." Let me tell you the story of Mark, a 60-year-old husband and a part-time worker. He told me his ACA premiums will rise $11,000 in 2026. He may have to return to full-time work out of fear that he and his wife will be left without health care. Mr. Speaker, I could tell you story after story and put a face on it. I could tell you the stories that my colleagues from across this wonderful America that we live in, we all have stories. You see, healthcare is not about Democrats and Republicans, it's about people. So tonight we come to this chamber, to this floor, the house of the people. We come here tonight to share with you the stories because we are coming, because we want hope. We want to provide hope to the American people. We want to be able to tell them that they don't stand alone. We want to be able to tell them that we really believe that we can make a difference, that we can provide affordable, quality health care for everyday people. So, Mr. Speaker, Democrats stood united, as you know, for more than 40 days during the Republican-caused shutdown to prevent this. But here we are. Here we are. But Republicans refuse to negotiate. Health care, Mr. Speaker, is a lifeline for families who have upheld their end of the bargain even when Republican policies have not upheld theirs. Mr. Speaker, my ask is very simple, and here it is. Congress must act. Congress must restore these tax credits and protect affordable health care. Mr. Speaker, I guess the question really is, what do we say to that family? What is the answer that we say that we cannot negotiate? What is the answer that we say to them that we cannot bring it to this floor? What is it that you would like me to say to the American people? What is it, my colleagues on the other side, that don't stand united with us for the people? And I guess that is why week after week after week, we not only come to this floor for special order hours. Mr. Speaker, I want you to know how important this is, that we go out into our districts. And because we know people are making a decision between health care, feeding their families, putting a roof over their head, I could tell you the stories of my colleagues. I could tell you the stories of colleagues who have gone into hospitals and healthcare clinics and volunteered services. I can tell you that I have bagged and boxed food for people. I have contributed, like many of my colleagues, to make sure that when people have to pay for their health care and they're trying to decide if they could buy groceries, that we are coming to their rescue. So tonight I end with asking you not to come to our rescue as Democrats, but come to the rescue of the American people and let us make a difference by negotiating and having an American health care plan that will make sure that all individuals can have affordable health care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for this special order hour. Thank you for your brilliance and your tenacity that you come here and stand and tell the stories and lead us so hopefully we will be able to make a difference. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman Beatty. So, Mr. Speaker, earlier today, Punchbowl News reported that Speaker Johnson is planning a long process to fix health care. The Speaker says he anticipates working on health care through the second quarter of the year and have a vote in the first quarter or the second quarter. And he acknowledges that there's a lot to fix in health care. Mr. Speaker, open enrollment ends on January 15th. So the new premiums without the enhanced premium tax credits take effect for 22 million Americans on January 1st. You know who can't wait 6 months for a health care fix? The 5 million Americans who are estimated to find they can no longer afford their health insurance premiums when the premium goes up. I don't understand the priorities that Congress focused on this year. I really don't. I don't understand how under H.R. 1, which I call the big ugly bill, Congress bent over backwards, congressional Republicans specifically, bent over backwards to provide permanent tax breaks for people who make over $500,000 a year, such as a permanent $15 million gift or estate tax break, or a tax break for buying an airplane. But for people who make $64,000 a year, or a family of 4 who makes just over $129,000 a year, congressional Republicans just expect them to absorb health insurance premiums that will double or triple. In my district, that family of 4 earning just over $129,000 a year will see their premiums increase by $4,675. A couple, 60-year-old couple earning $82,800 a year will see their premiums increase by $11,968. My state legislators have predicted that at least 60,000 Virginians will have to cancel their insurance coverage. Who are some of these people? We've heard stories, at least under the Medicaid cut debate. We heard Speaker Johnson say, well, these are these young men who are living in their parents' basement playing video games. Who are we talking about? Who are these families? They're going to see their health insurance premiums spike. They're restaurateurs, beauticians, landscapers, mediators, chiropractors, funeral directors, farmers, freelancers, contractors, gig workers. They are the ones caught in the crossfire of a political battle that has now reached a stalemate. Roughly half of the adults covered under the Affordable Care Act, about 10 million people, are small business owners. They're employees or the self-employed, according to KFF. And one of them lives in my district. Well, one of the businesses is in my district. There's several people who work there. Lester Johnson, his wife Yolanda, own and run Mama J's, which is a very good, highly recommended
Southern Cooking Soul Food restaurant in my district in Jackson Ward, which was once known as the Harlem of the South. I talked to Lester, and he said it's a lot of gamesmanship, and the people are like the pawns. Lester and his wife and his daughter rely on the Affordable Care Act. They pay right now about $700 a month. And he looked at his bill, and his bill would go up more than $1,400 if he loses the tax credit. He has about 40 employees, and they'll see their premium spike as well. It's a lot of money for people, Lester said, and not knowing what the price is going to be because of a stalemate in Congress adds uncertainty. I think everybody's feeling the anxiety. Who else can't wait for 6 months? A lot of people who rely on the Affordable Care Act live in states that voted for the current president. Or are people who voted for the current president, or live in red districts. Like Reagan Fisher Weisbrod from Salem, Virginia, who works 3 part-time jobs to help support her family while keeping the flexibility she needs for her children. She spends some days as a substitute teacher and as a business manager for a library association. She does some bookkeeping on the side. None of these jobs offer benefits. Her projected monthly premium increased by $400, raising her monthly out-of-pocket costs to $1,900. And her doctor moved out of network. It's astonishing, she said. She spent 3 weeks combing through plans and eventually found one that would save her family about $100 a month, bringing her premium down to $1,800. But the deductible is a lot higher. And worst case scenario, her out-of-pocket costs would be $20,000 on top of the monthly premium. She said, ultimately it came down to, I don't go to the doctor that often, my doctors don't go that often, and so we just rolled the dice. We'll wrap some bubble wrap around us, I guess. Bubble wrap's not gonna help if she has a heart attack. Bubble wrap's not gonna help if she's in a car accident. Bubble wrap's not gonna help those mothers of premature babies who spend on average $70,000 a day in a NICU stay. Victoria Cassels, an accountant in Roanoke, worries about her adult daughter in Richmond who's a self-employed graphic designer with autoimmune disease. This year, her monthly premium rose by $400, about 3 times higher than it was last year. She plans to help her daughter cover the cost if she can't take on enough work to meet the new expenses. Cassels, who prepares taxes for individuals and small businesses, says more of her younger clients are talking about dropping health insurance altogether. In the last few years, she's had a slew of clients in their 20s and 30s who have started their own business, just getting started in life. They don't have the savings to afford the increasing cost of health insurance. They're probably going to have to put off starting a family without health insurance because being pregnant and childbirth is pretty expensive, even with insurance. Ben Pierman is a financial advisor from Bent Mountain in Roanoke County, who also runs his own business. Higher monthly costs have led him to reconsider his options. A single man in his 50s, he pays for his own health plan, and next year his monthly premium will jump from $724 to $935. He can absorb the higher cost, but is considering switching to concierge care that would let him pay a flat monthly rate or an annual fee, but if he did that, he wouldn't have insurance if an accident happened. Accidents happen. I remember one such accident when my son, just before his 3rd birthday, grabbed my curling iron and burned his hand. After a trip to the emergency room, we were in a rural county that didn't have a burn unit. And they said, well, you can either, this was a Saturday, they said you can either go home to Richmond, 3-hour drive, and on Saturday there's a burn clinic, and they can take him then, or we can see if we can get him admitted to the hospital tonight. I said, well, we're going to see if we can get him admitted, because I had health insurance, and I knew the health insurance would cover it. If I didn't have health insurance, I probably would have had to wait for that burn clinic 3 days later. And his second-degree burn probably would have gotten infected. But we took the ambulance ride, we got to the hospital, and after that and a week in the burn unit, the total cost of that bill, and this is in 2013, so you know the prices have gone up. That entire bill, $15,000. Now, I had employer-provided insurance, so I paid $1,000. But imagine if I was one of these families that said, well, I'm just going to wrap myself in bubble wrap or roll the dice and see what happens. $15,000 is a lot of money. These are just a few of the stories of people who right now are struggling to figure out, which bill am I going to pay? They are counting on us to help them. Now, I have to, being a history maker who's also a history nerd, I got to tell a little history right now. My parents grew up during the Depression. My father was born in 1925. He would have been 100 years old in September. He was just old enough to remember when the stock market crash happened. He didn't know what was going on. He was 4. But he remembered how his father one day owned an apartment complex and a newspaper and a nightclub, and the next day lost everything due to circumstances outside of his control. He also remembered and told us the story about the stress that put on his parents. A few years later, in 1934, his mother died when he was 10 years old from cancer. My dad went to Alabama to live with his grandparents, who founded a school, because the state of Alabama didn't think it was important enough to educate black children. So his grandparents started a school. So my dad saw the best of government and the worst of government. He saw the worst of government through Jim Crow. He saw the best of government when Congress and the president, through the New Deal, responded to the Great Depression, responded to people who, through no fault of their own, were economically devastated. My mother was born in the middle of the Depression, so she never knew anything other than poverty. But she also experienced the best of government through the New Deal and the worst of government through Jim Crow. Telling me these stories, I came to understand, at its best, government is a force that helps people and solves problems, especially when those problems are due to factors beyond their control and the solutions are beyond their reach. That's the best of government. And the worst of government is when a few benefit from the oppression of the many. Now, we just commemorated the D-Day anniversary, a little bit later than the Depression, or as we were coming out of the Depression. There are only 12 people left who survived that. There are probably there are very few people alive today who remember the Great Depression. There are very few people today who remember when the United States government lived up to its better nature and reached out, not to give a handout, but a hand up to millions of Americans who in the blink of an eye lost everything and couldn't feed their families. My father was also a pastor. And so I can't help but think of him without thinking of Matthew 25, verses 31 through 40. This is the story of the sheep and the goats. And this is when Jesus talked about how when the Son of Man comes into his glory and all the angels are with him, all the nations, not the people, the nations, will be gathered before him, and he will separate the people one from another as a shepherd separates the sheep and the goats. He'll put the sheep on his right and the goats on his left. And he will say, "Come, you who are blessed by my Father, take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit." And the righteous will answer, "Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you drink? When did we see you a stranger and invite you in, or needing clothes and clothe you? When did we see you sick and in prison and go visit you?" And the king will reply, "Truly I tell you, whatever you did for the least of these, you did for me." Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of people in this country who are hungry, who are sick, who are unhoused, who are strangers, who are imprisoned. And this year, Congress basically said, "You're on your own." This year, Congress basically said, "We're going to make it harder for you to eat. We're going to make it harder for you to get the care that you need." The President of the United States fought all the way to the Supreme Court to keep from feeding hungry children from money that Congress appropriated for that purpose in the event of a shutdown. We passed legislation that will strip an estimated 17 million Americans of their health insurance at a time when Americans are looking to us to help them and solve problems. Now, the Affordable Care Act is not perfect. But do we really want to say to 22 million people, because Congress cannot stop playing political football with your lives, you have to gamble with whether or not to pay your health insurance bill when it is priced out of your reach? They're expecting us to act. We have 22 days. Whether it is Leader Jeffries' discharge petition, whether it's one of the bills on the floor of the Senate, we have 22 days to act, to at least say, we're going to make sure that for a year or two, or however many we can, until this magical concept of a plan appears for us to vote on, we're going to help them a little bit to at least pay for their health insurance right now so they don't have to rely on bubble wrap, a wing, and a prayer. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time. And I have a motion.
Does the gentlelady have a motion?
Yes, I move to adjourn the House at this time.
The motion is on the question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, The House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. for morning hour debate.